All right, we are live, people. It has been a crazy weekend. The war with Iran started, which has been nuts. I've been following that. I got a few clips pulled up for that, and we'll stop in and check that out. But that's pretty much all I'll be covering for the most part, and just how crazy some of these leftists are, and these woke right lunatics have been throughout this entire campaign. So yeah, I think it'll be a couple of week long campaign. I think they're saying about 4 weeks right now. Asmongold's covering it, obviously. The Enforcer.
Well, you just go to the description. I think that's the best way I can explain it. It's the link at the bottom.
And they link in. They have a bunch of
Global
different
news map. You click on that link right there, and it actually
links
brings
on
you
the
to this very
Enforcer
map.
site
And then
for
you
you to
go around
bring
and
up
you
their
can look at
map,
all the
which is
markers that we
cool.
put down in the Middle East. We
If
basically
you
have
wanted
nothing
to
coming
do
out
that.
from the rest of the world right now. We were covering our normal world news schedule up until the war with Iran started, and then we basically only been focusing on Iran right now. So I hope that does give you a little bit of information as to how to find this map and take a look around for yourself. And if you also want to use another source, you can go to our Twitter account. The link for that is also in the description below. And then you can go and look at the Twitter as well, where we repost a lot of stuff. Sometimes that stuff doesn't make it onto the main map right here. So
Also, we're hearing some news right now, some preliminary reports that Iran might have attacked another oil tanker in the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know much about it yet, though, but it looks like there is some chatter about another oil tanker apparently getting hit by the Iranian forces. But we don't know anything yet about that, so take it with a grain of salt. We'll be on the lookout for that story, though. I'm currently trying to gather more information about that one.
And that is something interesting to hear. We may have heard, and we'll see if the UKMTO, which is the United Kingdom's Maritime Trade Organization, puts out any information on this soon. But it appears there may have been another attack that has happened within the area of the Strait of Hormuz at the moment. And so we'll be trying to see if we can get any information on that, at least right now. And we're also hearing that there is still ongoing hostilities in between Pakistan and Afghanistan at the moment as well. That sadly wouldn't really be a part of our purview for the night tonight. And we're also now hearing that the United Kingdom is considering limited strikes on Iranian missile launchers and storage facilities at the moment right now as well. So it does appear that the United Kingdom is significantly considering armed involvement within the conflict. And we have also gotten this wildly interesting footage right here provided by none other than the United States Navy. This is actually showing another one of our early Bergs conducting TLAM Tomahawk cruise missile attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're actually going to show you all that footage right now.
That's cool. Really cool. Let's make sure my microphone is working. I believe it is. Forgive me. My Windows likes to burn my microphone down every once in a while.
Someone asked, how much is it per rocket? About like 2.5 million. It's nothing.
Yeah,
It's like
they're
a
not.
tank each.
They're not cheap rockets.
Weapons aren't cheap, especially a Tomahawk cruise missile like this. They have about a 1,300-mile range. They carry about a 1,000-pound warhead each, and they're also nuclear capable. Well, some of them are nuclear capable, not all of them.
I got
Most
some
of them
funny
are not even
images to
nuclear
show people
capable, and all
too.
of them these days are
When we
equipped
get
with
that.
conventional warheads. But they are about two and a
What
half
are
million
those?
a pop. But it really depends on the batch. Like some of these, depending on their batch, may have only been about 1.5 million. But it is really nice to see the Arleigh Burke out here just casually bebopping around and then firing off nation-ending volume of tomahawks. Pretty neat to see it. So that is a little bit of footage that we were able to see via
That's
the
pretty
U.S.
awesome.
Navy. Really cool. But moving
Got
us
my
on into some
Coca-Cola for
other
the
news that I was
day.
able to sleuth out for all of y'all right now while Matthew's also on the prowl. We have also been able to see that the port in Novorossiysk is still burning heavily after a major Ukrainian attack hit it tonight, and we are still waiting for further developments and information on the Iranian oil tanker. Hopefully, we'll be able to get some further details and developments on that here in
Yeah.
the very near future. But Matthew, do we have
Iran
anything
has
going
just
on
been
your
going
end right
crazy,
now?
scorched earth,
So
everything.
not seeing anything really new happening right this second. We are hearing about more hostilities between missile fire between Israel and Iran, obviously, but nothing too major right now. Also, by the way, let's see something here. So we're hearing, and we've known about this for a minute. We're hearing that GPS jamming and spoofing is apparently some of the serious we've ever seen in the Strait of Hormuz so far. Apparently, it's been confirmed by authorities as well that windward data and other maritime reports are completely messed up and skewed as well because of that jamming. And yeah, it's really bad. In fact, I'm watching a video right here of what appears to be. In fact, I'm watching a video right here of what appears to be a ship's clock going berserk, and also a bunch of other telemetry inside the vessel apparently having all kinds of issues. They're literally jumping around like their coordinates are jumping all over the place. So definitely very interesting. That's also explaining why a lot of companies don't even want to send their ships through the strait because they can't even figure out where they're at because none of their systems are working properly due to
GPS
all the electronic
blocking, all that.
warfare. And we're not even sure which country is the one doing that, by the way. It could be the United States,
Well, the
Israel,
United
Iran. It could
States.
be anybody. But
I
somebody's
doubt it's
jamming the
Iran.
hell
I
out of
don't
the
think
area.
they have that
And
ability.
it certainly does appear that that's the case. It might be both sides, actually. And also, I've seen some people asking the age-old question: did Congress declare a war? And is this war illegal? And no. The answer is no to both of those. One, the War Powers Act allows for the President of the United States to conduct military actions for a period of 60 days without a congressional declaration of war. That can then be extended to 90
just has
days,
to
an
notify.
extension of 30 days, at least in that total of 90 days, if a written letter is submitted to Congress by the President of the United States stating that 30 days would additional actions would be necessary to see the proper conclusion of the armed forces actions overseas. Congress has not declared an official state of war since the end of the Second World War in 1945.
Yeah,
meaning
Vietnam,
that every
Korea,
single
there were
conflict
never
that
wars,
has happened
never
since
declared
then
wars.
has not had an official congressional declaration of war.
Gulf.
So if people are saying, and I want to make it incredibly clear, that if people
The
are
Iran,
saying,
Iraq,
oh,
Afghanistan,
well, it's
or the
illegal,
Afghanistan,
that means
Iraq
every
war.
single president who has ever been involved in starting a war since 1945 has started all of them illegal wars. It's been 80 years. This has been challenged many times legally, and it's been shot down because there is
times.
no merit to say that the president starting a war via the War Powers Act without a congressional declaration of war is illegal, because a legal precedent has been laid out for 70 years or more that is not the case. So, like, I gotta say, if you don't like the war, that's one thing, but claiming illegality where there is none because of the War Powers Act, not making an action like this illegal, that's just brain dead. That's like a whole bunch of people saying that it's
people would be
treason to
better off
support
getting
Ukraine.
lobotomies.
There's nothing inside of the U.S. Constitution that says that the Congress can authorize support, congressional drawdowns to provide weapons to Ukraine or another foreign country, and the president can't approve that either. And I see I gotta have a little bit of an aside here for a moment, folks, because I see a lot of people like, yeah, these stupid liberal. I mean, I gotta say, I don't like Republicans or Democrats equally. I'll just kind of make that clear, because right now Republicans act like this war is just perfect, it's angelic, and the Democrats act like it's demonic. And then on the flip side, though, Republicans act like the war in Ukraine is demonic and horrendous, and then the Democrats look at it as angelic. If we were looking at it in reality, war is a nasty business. I mean, it's a
nobody
horrific
wants
thing.
war.
We cover it for as our job and a living, and this doesn't mean that it's a great thing that we should see happening all over the course of the globe, but wars are necessary sometimes. And it's absolutely ridiculous to me how political people from the right and the left can't take their blinders off and realize that Russia is as big an enemy to us and would do the same thing Iran's doing right now to us if they could, and if they have to, they will. They're both enemies of the United States.
Yeah, also, by the way, we are getting some more news coming out right now, by the way. Well, we are hearing that apparently, according to reports,
he has his blinders on a lot of the time, too.
2,000 targets. This is according to U.S. officials, by the way. Over 2,000 targets in Iran have been struck so far between the United States and Israeli air forces. So that's apparently how many targets have been hit. That's according to the most recent report as of 5 minutes ago that we've received right now. Also, we are hearing that, let's see here. I don't want to really jump into the Russian news right now. We are seeing some massive attacks inside of Russia. Like, in fact, we see attacks in Russia all the time. These are pretty large attacks that are happening right now. It looks like Ukraine is absolutely blitzing. I think Ukraine might be trying to get back in the headlines again. So they're trying to do something crazy to get back in the headlines because they're launching
Like
a
their
huge
truck,
attack. Novorossiysk is being hammered pretty bad. In fact, worse than I've seen it get hammered in a long time. We're also hearing as well.
Had their trucks parked outside of military bases with so many kamikaze drones in them.
Also, we are hearing some more news here. I actually scratched that. That's not a new piece of news right here on this one. So yeah, that's actually our breaking news for the moment right there. But I just wanted to bring the information about the 2,000 targets hit in just 2 days. That's a hell of a lot.
Man, down in the Middle East, Allah Akbar, and then Zelensky, hi, I'm Zelensky. And welcome to Jackass. And then like Novorossiysk just explodes. Like it's like, I always got to give it to the Ukrainians. They know to put on a spectacle whenever things start getting a little heated out there in the world. Like back in the day when the India-Pakistan war started, we saw the Ukrainians did something fairly similar back then. They started conducting absolutely massive attacks against the Russians, but we also know that the Ukrainians are putting a lot more pressure on the Russians these days. So the attacks are naturally getting larger. Like they're getting larger, longer range, and more impactful. So it is quite a significant attack, I have to say, folks. We're not really showing a lot of it on air at the moment. But Novorossiysk is getting pounded, and so it's good to see that at least. The United States is directly defeating an enemy of our nation in the Middle East, and the Ukrainians are generally doing most of the heavy lifting for us against the Russians right now.
Honestly, folks, it feels like a world at war. Like when you really look at it, like all these major situations happening. It's unprecedented. By the way,
Afghanistan going at
level, this has not happened since the
Iran
end of World War II. So
States
it's not exaggeration.
Israel and
this
pretty much all of the Middle East against Iran.
Tensions globally, and not just tensions, active war zones that we've seen, in decades. It's really insane to see it.
IRGC is literally fleeing into Afghanistan.
It said, "Do you think the Iran war will spark further escalations in other countries to cause global war?" 38% said it'll only cause a Middle Eastern regional war only, and it will stay contained to the Middle East. 35% said yes, a global war does seem likely, and 18% said no.
I mean, China might try to do something stupid with Taiwan, but
I personally believe that
I think this is showing
a light version of
their technology is too far behind.
Lay it out for everybody.
It is failing.
We are seeing a massive war in Europe between Ukraine and Russia. It's going into its fourth plus year, which is insane on its own accord. We're now seeing
the fact that Ukraine has stood up this long is
and it will
amazing.
become one. Rest assured, it's going to be a regional war. It's already one, in my opinion, but it'll become an official regional war very shortly once you see Europe and everybody else start attacking Iran. You also have the India-Pakistan situation, which is about to fire right back up. China also wants to take Taiwan. North Korea is involved with assisting Russia. Iran was also involved in assisting Russia as well. Meanwhile, in our hemisphere of the world, you have Venezuela that just got attacked by the United States. And also we had a war there as well, a very short one, but it was a bit of a war. We also have a major cartel Mexico war going on right now that's still active, not stopped yet. It's still going on. And right now the Mexican government is trying to get control of that. And we also have possibly terror attacks that are being activated globally by all these sickos that we're currently fighting right now. So it's a lot of stuff going on. You got to admit, that's a lot of stuff going on right now. And also,
Zon acting like that's a false flag.
Even in the countries that are
the
not
one,
war,
the attack that happened in
so
Texas,
not
where the guy has
a
shirt,
so I think
something with
I'm a little bit in the unsure camp here. I'm a little bit on the
he had a Quran in his,
say you. I mean, it's,
in his car.
I would have to say, man, I almost turned into that one guy. Wow. Because my voice is getting so shot, honestly. I would say,
Cuba. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but Cuba as well. I mean, you got that whole thing going on. I almost forgot about that. There's so much stuff going on. We're doing a blockade on Cuba, and also the United States government saying that Cuba is going to fall soon, which might mean we're going to do something to Cuba. Sorry to interrupt, but I forgot that one.
I would say this is most likely going to remain Middle Eastern only for now. The whole India-Pakistan thing kind of contains itself. Like it's basically a microcosm in its own little world.
Unless China gets involved,
that ought not be a big issue if that breaks out again, and they'll manage. And if anyone gets,
India and China have issues like,
so, I mean,
don't they have border disputes all the time?
It's not going to be world ending, at least with the Indians, the Pakistanis. But I mean, there's been a lot of conflicts going on. I mean, I'll definitely tell y'all, folks, we are in a very tense sort of a situation right now, at least, and
It's very
it's
high
very hard to
strung.
see anything like this. And I saw someone say, "Oh, don't you know about the Cold War?" I mean, there was no amount of wars like this going on back then.
No.
Like, we actually checked
A lot
out
of
there
hot
before. I
wars
was like,
going on.
"How many wars are going on in the 2020s?" And the list is like a literal shopping list of wars. And then I was like, "Okay, well, how many were going on in the
Thailand,
60s,
Cambodia.
the 70s, the 80s?" And it's hardly anything compared to the amount of wars
Vietnam.
that are going on
That was
right now.
much
I mean,
it.
the world is at war, but it's not a world war at the moment. All of these wars are separated from each other and contained.
They're not
kind of in their own
bleeding into each
region.
other.
But there's a lot of them going on. I mean, we were just listed off the wars that have happened quite recently. There's the U.S. war with Venezuela. There's the U.S. tensions with
Wasn't
Cuba.
really a
There's the
war, it was a
cartel war in
tactical
Mexico.
strike.
There's also another cartel war in Ecuador right now.
Literally 3 hours.
There is, let me think of some others. Oh, let me see here. Let me think.
Most of
Okay,
Africa
yeah,
is
so
in
moving on
civil
here,
war.
There's a war in Ukraine, which is a major one. There's also been the Middle Eastern War, or the Middle Eastern Wars,
Afghanistan,
which have been
Pakistan,
going on, which
India,
literally encompass the
Pakistan.
entirety of the Middle East at this point. There's the Yemeni Civil War, which involves the Houthis. There's the Syrian Civil War, and the Second Syrian Civil War, which just ended recently, which was a smaller one, but still fairly significant. There's also the Sudanese Civil War. There's the ongoing wars against ISIS and insurgents in Chad, Niger, Nigeria, and Mali, along with the coup that happened in Burkina Faso, and also a whole bunch of other situations that are happening in sub-Saharan Africa. There's still a whole bunch of wars going on in Uganda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo amongst multiple different factions and groups, generally in the bush of the countries there. Let's see here. Where else? Oh yeah, there's a war with Afghanistan and Pakistan. There's also the war between the multiple different Taliban factions against each other. There has been, let's see here.
India, Pakistan.
Oh yeah, there
India,
was a war
China.
between Armenia and Azerbaijan that kicked off kind of again recently. And then there was let's see, the war with Pakistan and India, and then there was the civil war that's still going on in Burma and has been going on for a while. The Thailand-Cambodia war, the tensions in between China and Taiwan that are getting very close to a war, and then the endless, never-ending standoff going on between North and
the
South
Philippines.
Korea. Then
China
also,
harassing the
some instability
Philippines.
in the Philippines to a degree, but it's not really a war. And then let's see here. That's
Japan,
about all
China.
of them. And that's all happened probably within about the past half year. All
Japan
of that
and China
kind of
are having
concluded, within the past
shouting
half year.
matches.
So I mean, there's a lot going on. I mean, if you
I won't
look
open up.
just a little north of the equator, Ukraine being one of the few outliers, basically everything north of the equator is in an almost endless state of war right now. And then Ukraine is a little bit farther north than the rest of that. But I mean, there's literally a war going on most everywhere.
Oh, so breaking
Been a
news!
war on
Breaking
drugs.
news right this second, right here. This is a crazy one. We've just heard an explosion being reported at a UK airbase in Cyprus, and show them the location of Cyprus, by the way, so that way everybody gets an idea of where this is at. There's Cyprus, so you see the location. That is far away from Iran. We've heard a explosion being reported here in an airbase. We don't have hardly any details. This is like it's a ticker tape right now. It's a news flash. So we're currently trying to get some details about this right here, but that's a big one. Apparently, the UK is being targeted. Also, by the way, in addition to that, apparently,
Spineless
some more
Starmer
details.
better grow one.
The initial report indicates a suspected UAV impact on the British RAF Akrotiri base. Akrotiri base in Limassol, Cyprus. So that is the air base that's apparently been struck by a drone. I'm not sure how that drone got through all that airspace like that. It must have gone through Iraq and then Syria and somehow got to Cyprus. But that would be the only logical flight path for a drone like that from Iran. So that is crazy. Right there. I don't have any footage of it right this second, but that is a doozy here. So we're waiting on more information. Also, by the way, the U.S. forces are under attack in Iraq. We're hearing of CIWS activity, which is also known as a CRAM, basically, which is an air defense minigun, essentially, is currently active in Baghdad right now. Apparently, the embassy is still under attack, the U.S. embassy there. And also, we're hearing explosions being reported at the Baghdad International Airport in the Iraqi capital. So it's going down right this second. This stuff started hitting the fan right now. And apparently, these are explosions from Iran, and they also targeted Cyprus at the same time. So, Enforcer, what say you?
Also, we have footage of the IRGC headquarters, or an Iranian regime headquarters in Sepah Square, being directly hit by missiles just moments ago within Tehran as well. This is all happening simultaneously right now, folks. Here's the footage of the incoming U.S. missiles slamming into the Islamic regime's headquarters within Tehran.
Saw the bomb. Boom.
We see 2
Seventh
missiles have
rate
come
timer.
in so far. Here comes
There's
third
2
and the
more.
fourth.
Wow.
We see the impacts are almost mired by the smoke and the dust rising from the last explosions. A
Holy.
massive hit on a Iranian governmental headquarters
lot of
within the
smoke.
central area of Tehran at the moment. And we're seeing a 5th missile,
Wow.
a 6th.
6.
These may have just been fired only about 12 minutes ago by the U.S. Navy. A 7th and an
7th,
8th.
8th.
We got breaking news after this video.
Gotcha, and we're gonna round out this video really quickly, folks, before we get to that breaking news. We're starting to see that things are heating up again at the moment. And that's the end of that clip. But
That's
what do we have for breaking
crazy.
news?
It's so cool watching the bombs drop,
Okay,
honestly.
so right now we are hearing that we're once again getting more sources saying that they're saying a suspicion of a crash in Cyprus. They're saying that there's been aircraft scrambled. They're saying there's alarms going off and with a strong explosion being heard in the area. There's other reports saying that it was certainly an Iranian drone, and there's some other sources saying they're not really sure about it. But Cyprus is apparently either under attack or they've had a massive explosion, one or the other. So we're currently monitoring that situation. Also, by the way, Europe is apparently getting so concerned with what's happening with the Middle East. They're worried about strikes that Iran might conduct on Europe, that apparently Zelensky, the Ukrainian President Zelensky, has offered to help Europe defend its skies, as they're worried that the Middle East situation will escalate and that they're going to start firing missiles at Europe, perhaps. So it's getting crazy tonight. It's really getting
start
crazy.
firing
Like,
at
this is some pretty
Turkey
big stuff coming
and
out
bring
right
that
now.
huge
So
military
we're
into
going to
it.
be monitoring this closely. But Enforcer, what's your analysis while I look for more
I think
breaking
Turkey
news?
has the biggest
It certainly
military,
does
not
appear that there may have
France.
been some sort of an incident that's happened.
It's like Turkey, Poland, then France.
We're going to see if we can get some
France
further
has
information
the
on that.
French
And it also
Legion,
appears
which is
there's
not
now
associated
significant
with the
concern,
state.
at least throughout Europe, that
They're a
Iranian attacks could actually start
mercenary
to
group.
extend on towards Europe itself. Interestingly enough, we haven't heard of the Republic of Turkey coming under direct attack yet by Iranian missiles, and we will
Didn't I
have to
just say
generally wait
that?
and see if Europe will be attacked. And the best way will be that we will be able to tell that is if Turkey gets attacked.
Yeah.
We've interestingly noted, however, that Iran has gone without attacking Turkey, and we believe that the reason for that is because Turkey is actually a NATO member, and if Iran attacks Turkey on Turkish soil, unlike other countries within Europe, like, for example, the French base that got hit in Abu Dhabi and the British base at Akrotiri, I do not believe that the British base at Akrotiri or the French base inside of Abu Dhabi are provided any Article 5 protections, but the entirety of the territory of the Republic of Turkey is offered and is provided under the NATO Charter Article 5 protections, meaning that any Iranian attack on Turkish soil could lead to an Article 5 invocation where we could see the entirety of the NATO's armed forces brought to bear against the Islamic Republic of Iran. So that's quite interesting to note, but it does appear that the Ukrainians are actually offering to try and provide some form of air defense to the European Union to help them out if they come under attack.
So I think I've made a revelation here. These drones that just targeted Cyprus, if it is indeed a drone, right now there's still a little confusion about what it was. I'm seeing several sources still say it was an Iranian drone. It may not have come from Iran. It might have come from Lebanon, because right now Israel appears to be having alerts triggered by launches from Lebanon right now. And it looks like they're saying there's a hostile drone incursion, which is also a drone that hit Cyprus allegedly. That might explain why it actually hit Cyprus. But I was like, that's 600 miles away, or at least from Iran. When you go to Cyprus to Iran, that's a long distance. I'll be surprised if something made it all the way through there without somebody shooting it down. So that might explain it. It might have come from Lebanon. It could have been fired by Hezbollah, perhaps, at Cyprus. So that might make a lot more sense if that is the case. But right now, that's my assumption. That's my speculation based on the analysis here. So we're waiting for more information. But Enforcer, what do you make of that?
It's a fairly interesting development, I would have to say, and it does seem that there may have been a drone attack on RAF Akrotiri at the moment by a possible drone that was fired from Lebanon, and this also may be indicating that Hezbollah has now joined in the conflict and is now participating on the behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran to conduct short-range, overwhelming attacks against British and Israeli air defenses within the Eastern Mediterranean. I'm trying to see if I can really quickly get to the NATO Charter, because we need to find out if RAF Akrotiri has actually extended NATO Article 5 protections, because I see some people saying it's British territory, and that doesn't mean that it's extended Article 5 protections.
Wait, hold on. More breaking news right now. More breaking news. So we are hearing that there are allegations of a plane crash in Cyprus as well. I'm not sure if that's the same thing that caused the explosion or if that's maybe something separate. I'm not sure. Some people, there's a lot of different conflicting reports. So let me give this disclaimer up front. All we know for a fact right now is there was a major explosion near an air base in Cyprus, which hosts UK forces. But that's what we know for a fact. The cause is not entirely known. The prevailing speculation is that we've been kind of running with for the moment is that it was an Iranian drone, perhaps launched from Lebanon or directly from Iranian territory. But there's also reports that it could have been possibly a plane crash or something of that nature, or possibly maybe a terror attack. We simply don't know the cause. So we're gonna let the cause sort of remain fluid for a minute and sort of see where this pans out. But there's been an explosion in Cyprus, and obviously that's not normal, very clearly. So we are watching that close. Let's see here. So they've scrambled. It's confirmed that they scrambled aircraft. So that indicates it's likely a drone of sorts because they've activated sirens and also scrambled aircraft. So if it was a plane crash, why would they scramble aircraft? That seems a bit strange. So this is interesting. This is a fascinating situation. We don't have a whole bunch of details still, so I'm waiting on more details. Let me keep doing some looking. I'm going to toss it back to you.
Also, by the way, just to make sure that we can see if REFI criteria is provided any NATO Article 5 protections, we're going to be looking at Article 6 of the NATO Charter. I'll read this for y'all out loud, and we'll see if this actually would apply.
On the territory of any of the parties in Europe and North America.
To include an armed attack on the territory of any of the parties in Europe or North America, on the territory of Turkey, or on the islands under the jurisdiction of any of the parties in the North Atlantic area, north of the Tropic of Cancer. Let me go see where I can find the Tropic of Cancer. That must be somewhere around Iran. Let's see, Tropic of Cancer. Let me go take a look.
It's pretty sure
Cyprus is an EU member, by the way. I don't think they're a NATO member.
Well, this isn't a part of Cyprus. This is actually British overseas territory.
Aha. I think you can interpret. You're talking about the NATO articles you're talking about.
Yeah, and and to get through,
I think you can interpret the NATO articles generally to mean. I think they say when it's an armed attack on any of the parties. I think that also includes their bases possibly as well.
Yeah.
Well, and only in specific areas though. Like it has a specific geographical area on the territory of parties in Europe or North America, on the territory of Turkey or on the islands, or under the jurisdiction of any of the parties in the North Atlantic area
or
north
over
of
the
the Tropic of Cancer. So it has to be an attack within those specific parameters. And if it isn't, then it won't be provided Article 5 protections. But
or the Mediterranean Sea or the North Atlantic.
Of the United Kingdom is north of the Tropic of Cancer, and it is within the area of Europe and North America.
Read the second one. It makes it even clearer.
Article 5 protections at the moment. And also, an armed attack can include, a purposes deemed for an attack could include on the forces, vessels, or aircraft of any of the parties when in or over these territories or any other area in Europe in which occupation forces of any of the parties were stationed on the date when the treaty entered into force, or the Mediterranean Sea, or the North Atlantic area north of the Tropic of Cancer. So, if British were attacked at REFI criteria just moments ago by some sort of a Hezbollah or Iranian attack, this actually could be a NATO Article 5 invocation, or at least an Article 4 invocation that would lead to an Article 5 invocation by the British. So we'll have to see what further information comes out at the moment. We actually have more breaking news at this time.
Okay, so we have more breaking news. I'm about to repost it, but before I repost it, I need to give you a disclaimer, though. We cannot show this video right here. It has watermarks all over it. So sadly, we're not gonna be able to show the video, but I can tell you, I can describe to y'all what I'm seeing here. It's not much to see, so you're really not missing very much. There is an impact that I can see on the location of the British air base in Cyprus in Limassol. I am seeing an impact that does appear to be likely an Iranian drone. It appears to be on the same glide slope to the ground of the attack vectors that the Iranian drones usually take to hit a target. So I think the theory that this is an Iranian drone or launched from Lebanon is probably the most prevailing theory at the moment, and the video seems to corroborate that to a large degree. So, I mean, I'm trying to look here for a second.
Can you post it for us so that way we can show it on air?
Well, I can't remember. I told you you can't show the video on the air.
Well, we can show the frames of it, can't we?
I don't know. I don't know about this.
Oh, come on. Is there links?
Well, moving on from that.
So show just a picture, just a single frame of it, and be cautious here.
I mean, it doesn't really show particularly anything, really.
Well, yeah, but you can't watch the video on the stream. Just take my word for it. I already watched the video. I just saw the thing coming in a second ago, and they're showing what appears to be an impact on the side of the airbase.
Oh, wait a minute. I just played it off air. Yeah, it
Yeah.
does appear to show that. It does appear that there's some sort of a flash over the hillside. It actually appears that the video was filmed from somewhere around this town right here that you could see on air. This would be Episcopi Cantonment, and it appears that they were looking towards the area of Akatiri, and somewhere behind a hillside right here, it appears that the drone exploded, or some sort of an object exploded directly above the area of REF Akatiri. So it does seem as though we can confirm that some sort of an explosion did occur at the area of the airbase, and that may suggest that the British have just come under a direct attack from NATO forces. Well, I'm sorry, Iranian forces. If that is the case, this actually could lead to an Article 4 invocation, convening a Security Council within NATO, which could then lead to an Article 5 invocation,
Right.
not by the
And we're
United
gonna
States,
show
but
it,
actually
'cause
from
we're
the
not
British,
scared.
now that they've come under a direct attack that actually does fall within NATO defensive protections.
Also, by the way, for everybody who wants to watch the video, I did go ahead and put the link in the description, or not the description, but the link in the live chat for it, by the way. So you can click on that link and go watch it. It is on Twitter. We also, by the way, to explain this to folks, we can show videos and provide commentary over them. That's considered fair use of footage. So we are okay doing that, but it's only for the purposes of news reporting and also commentary. But there's a strange thing with YouTube. Sometimes people put copyright strikes on people, wrongfully so, even if it is covered under fair use. And we try to avoid that as much as possible by being very careful of the videos that we're showing. So we have to sort of be careful with showing certain footage. We have a legal right under fair use to show it and provide commentary for news reporting. But even at that, sometimes people still don't adhere to that. It's a strange world when it comes to copyright. So we try to play it safe as much as possible. But moving on from that, though, trying to check for more breaking news here about Cyprus. We are hearing that apparently there is some more news coming out of Cyprus right now. A security threat was declared at British bases in Cyprus shortly before midnight on Sunday, which is tonight. The personnel at the base, the British personnel that are there, were instructed to return home immediately, stay indoors, move away from windows, and take cover until further notice, according to sources on the ground in Cyprus. So that is something right there. That appears to be indicating there is definitely something going on there to a large degree. So they're saying it appears to be that most people are confirming it's an Iranian drone attack, most likely launched from Lebanon, most likely, that we're hearing about right now. So that appears to be the prevailing idea.
And we'll be, of course, covering the developments from REF Akatiri. It does appear that they have come under a direct attack, and there's now a shelter-in-place warning, which would give us an idea that they are under a direct attack at the moment. And we may see that the United Kingdom's government, also called in an official capacity, His Majesty's government, may announce that there was an attack on a British overseas territorial holding, which would be the area of REF Akatiri, which is a part of the British overseas territory of Cyprus. So we will be seeing if we can get any further information on that on the moment. And also, let me go show y'all this British overseas territory particularly, because it seems that a lot of people do not know that this territory exists. So let me go get it here really quickly. And let me go find this one. So let's see. Akatiri and Dhekelia. There we go. This is the British overseas territory of Akatiri and Dhekelia, which you can see right here. This part of REF Akatiri, which is the airbase, is actually down here on this little leg on Cyprus, on the territory. So this is actually a British territorial overseas holding. And so with that in mind, with this attack happening on British territory, on a British base, against British military aircraft, this could actually lead to an Article 4 invocation, and then lead to an Article 5 invocation, which, just to go get you all the NATO charter again to make sure to lay this out, because everything works
read up on that insane crap they've done.
Iranians
hate them even more than we hate the mullahs. They literally fell in line right behind them. They're just as crazy and ideologically bound.
Each of them, an exercise of the right of individual or collective self-defense recognized by Article 51 of the Charter of the United Nations, will assist the party or parties so attacked by taking forthwith, individually and in concert with other parties, parties such action as it deems necessary,
did.
including the use of armed force, to restore and maintain the security of the North Atlantic area. Any such armed attack and all measures taken as a result thereof shall immediately be reported to the Security Council. Such measures shall be terminated when the Security Council has taken the measures necessary to restore and maintain international peace and security. This means that NATO would be going to war with Iran if there was an Article 4 meeting, which is a meeting to talk about invoking Article 5 if Britain truly has been attacked by the Islamic Republic of Iran, which may have just happened. So right now we are seeing that we may see that NATO is now going to get officially drawn into this conflict in a defensive manner, which will involve them conducting offensive actions against Iran or counterattacks against Iran due to the fact that the British just came under a direct attack inside of Cyprus. We actually have more footage, actually the overseas territory of Akrotiri and Dhekelia, but we actually have more footage coming out at this moment. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we do have some more news coming out right this minute. So it looks like, also, by the way, got to say it, thank you to the Department of War. We did ask yesterday that we could please get some footage of the Lucas being used, and it looks like they have delivered, and we've gotten some analysis from Army Recognition from the footage that the Department of War released showing the first uses of the Lucas drone. So they did deliver. Shout out to the Department of War for delivering the footage. We have the footage. So right here you can see this is a Lucas drone being fired from the back of a U.S. naval vessel. Sadly, what's the name of this vessel, by the way? I don't know it right off the hand.
Also, Matthew, I have to give a clarification. This is actually not current. This is actually from a U.S. Navy test of the Lucas drone that was conducted off of the coast of Florida about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, did we see this footage before?
Yeah, we actually showed this on air before.
Oh, man, I've totally forgotten about it. To be honest, I don't recall seeing this at all. But anyways, though, even if we have shown it before, we're going to go ahead and show this anyway, because it is showing still a Lucas drone being fired from the back. What's the name of the vessel, by the way, again? The class of it?
This is an Independence class LCS.
So Independence class, that's what we're looking at here. Sadly, I don't know the naval vessels that.
Declaration to reform U.S. education. Oh, here we go. What's this?
Children will be taught to love America. Children will be taught
Thank God.
to be patriots. Children will be taught civic values for schools that want federal taxpayer funding. So as we close the Department of Education and we provide funding to states, we are going to make sure that these funds are not being used to promote communist ideology. For any nation to be successful, it cannot teach its children to hate themselves and to hate their country. So these are a few of the areas in which President Trump has fought the cancerous communist woke culture that was just.
This is the thing: is some people would say like, "Oh, well, you shouldn't push the kids in either direction." This is a battle that you can either win or lose. You either win the battle or you lose the battle. You
agree with him 100%.
You can't not play. You don't just like, oh, not play. Oh, I'm just not going to play the game. I'm not going to respond. No, absolutely go as far as you can.
Yep.
100%.
Where we were led to
There's no
believe
neutral
that
position.
men were women, that women
Impossible to
were
be
men,
neutral.
Yeah.
that racial discrimination was good, that merit was bad, and that safety and physical security mattered less than the feelings
There's no
of
neutral?
liberal ideologues.
Yeah, exactly. Like totally shut these people down. Absolutely, 100%. And I think this is.
See it, so I can't tell you which one of the Independence classes were conducting the test. But
maybe we watch Starmer and then we come back to these guys in a little bit. Since it seems like they're in a lull. Apparently the B2s did strike. Let's watch this actually.
So yesterday, President Trump and the administration confirmed that the Supreme Leader Khamenei, the Ayatollah, who's been wreaking havoc on his population for decades, is gone. And it looks like a B-2 Spirit stealth bomber flew a 36-hour nonstop mission from Missouri and slammed bunker buster bombs or even JDAMs into the Tehran's leadership compound where the Ayatollah was sitting on his golden crapper. Iran's most fortified nuclear sites look to have been hit as well. Fordo, Natanz. And this is what the B-2 does best. Going in when it's least expected and hitting sensitive sites so no one sees it coming and it's complete shock and awe. This is American air power delivering justice for the Iranian people at this point. Unmatched stealth tech built to penetrate deep into Iran undetected and destroy threats that have menaced the world for decades. Iran's hitting back with missile barrages across the Gulf and at Israel. Oil prices are surging slightly at this point, and the region is on high alert, obviously. Here's some of the latest rhetoric from Tehran. You're going to love this. The IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the strong armed force of the Ayatollah, has just vowed the most ferocious offensive in history against America and Israel. So again, they're not backing down. They literally are the Chihuahua biting at the heels of the pit bull at this point. And they're promising crushing revenge as well. A 3-member interim leadership council has been chosen in Iran for the successor. And then this breaking news coming in just now, U.S. Central Command releases a statement. And I love this. They're doing fact checking on the Iranian regime. So U.S. Central Command said Iran's IRGC claim to have struck the USS Abraham Lincoln with ballistic missiles is a lie. They said the Lincoln was not hit. The missiles launched didn't even come close. The Lincoln continues to launch aircraft in support of CENTCOM's relentless campaign to defend the American people. And if that wasn't enough, there's more breaking news from CENTCOM. I think it's pure brilliance. They continue to troll the regime. The regime is trying to get out as much propaganda as possible, and CENTCOM's not having it. So the Iranian regime claims to have killed 50 U.S. service members so far. Lie. There have been no reported U.S. casualties. The IRGC claims that a U.S. Navy ship was struck by a missile. Lie. No Navy ship has been struck. The Armada is fully operational. The Iran regime is claiming severe damage at multiple U.S. bases. Lie. Damage to U.S. installations was minimal and has not impacted operations. And then this is video from CENTCOM as well. It's showing Tomahawk missiles slam into different sites across Iran. Again, Iran, 2.5 times the size of Texas. It's going to take a lot of metal and a lot of strikes to eventually make the IRGC capitulate. Because again, look at these strikes happening right now. That was on a drone, a 139 Shahed drone. These are mainly on ballistic missiles as well, because again, you got to take down the ballistic missiles. And this could be a war that lasts a couple weeks. So you have to strike down.
This is the most clear. Like, you could see the grass. It is so clear, such high definition video that these pilots are getting from their strikes, or from the drone, whatever it is that's sending these images back. But like, I can't believe how clear of a picture they're sending. It's awesome.
Down the ability of Iran to retaliate. But February 28th, 2026, let's talk about that actual mission that took place. Operation Epic Fury and Israel's Operation Roaring Lion. The tip of the spear here, again, this is relatively unconfirmed, but I think it's pretty obvious at this point that B-2s are the point of the spear. Spirit stealth bombers blasted out of Whiteman Air Force Base, Missouri. These beasts flew 36-hour round-trip missions direct from the continental United States. The UK denied forward basing. That's okay, UK. That's okay. You guys can seem like the nice guy to Iran. We just want Iran to think we're nice. Yeah, good luck with that. Iran basically deemed you a terrorist network already. So good luck trying to look good in the eyes of Iran, or whoever you're trying to look good in the eyes to. But hey, the B-2s didn't need your base. It's all good. KC-135 tankers rolled in for support, and a lot of this is based on the flight tracking of the KC-135. But President Trump laid this out on Truth Social. He said this was necessary to dismantle Iran's nuclear program, ballistic missile arsenal, which we've talked about before, almost as important as the nuclear program. Because ballistic missiles, once those get long range enough and good enough, you just ka-chink lock on a nuclear weapon to that ballistic missile, and there you go. Now the ballistic missiles are a problem. And then this is coming out of the Aviationist. B-2 Spirit stealth bombers take part in night strikes on Iran. It looks like radio communications on ATC frequencies revealed that 4 B-2 Spirit stealth bombers flew a round-trip mission from the CONUS for night strikes on Iranian targets. Reports suggest the stealth bombers may have joined strikes on Iran flying non-stop from Missouri in a grueling 36-hour mission. So this shows the scalpel. This shows the silent, invisible scalpel that rolls in first with those silent corridors created by the F-22s. But let's talk about Iran's side. Their military is built for asymmetric warfare. Thousands of ballistic missiles, which we've seen them launch A lot of the different interceptors have been very effective at taking those down, like a lot of the systems that are protecting Israel and protecting the different carriers right now. So again, drone swarms are going to be a focus for Iran, proxy militias across the region, and a layered but aging integrated air defense system that is likely in complete tatters at this point right now. They launched those Shahed drones mainly, and they've gotten some shrapnel damage in other areas. There's also reports of an intercepting system hitting one of those drones and then some of the shrapnel from that falling and causing a casualty in the Gulf states. But Patriot batteries and allied interceptors are dialed in at this point. There's proxies out there as well. They're kind of like lurking in the background, kind of waiting, because again, the regime is in tatters right now. So the regime might be thinking, how do we actually get these militias? How do we get these proxies here to try to protect us? Because they know they're on the chopping block. Even this new Ayatollah knows he's on the chopping block. What do we call him? The new Ayatollah? Or we call him the not going to work here anymore Ayatollah? And then potentially those B-2s dropping GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators on the nuclear sites like Fordo and Natanz to basically just cause catastrophic collapse throughout that entire area. Enrichment cascades and centrifuges destroyed would be the goal there. But you don't need the GBU-57 for the Ayatollah's palace. Hitting him on his golden crapper while he's sitting there in his whitey-tighties, complaining to his girlfriend about his wife. You don't need the GBU-57. That might actually be too much overkill that goes down into the earth and doesn't actually cause damage in the actual offices and palace itself. You'd probably just go with a GBU-31. Those are those 2,000-pound JDAMs. You can adapt them to have a little bit of penetration capability if you need to go in and punch through a few different stories of the palace. Lots of adaptability there. It looks like Iran has about 200 casualties with 700 injured, and that's coming in from Iranian Red Crescent sources. Also, the propaganda machine in Iran is claiming civilian losses. We don't know the validity of that, but that's their claim. They're saying a girls' school in Manab was hit. But again, I've seen this firsthand. A lot of these terrorist-minded type people like the Ayatollah and the Inner Circle and the IRGC hardliners they're going to shield themselves with civilians. So likely even building C2 command and control structures underneath schools, underneath hospitals. I mean, I saw it firsthand. I saw insurgents do that in Afghanistan, where they basically would bring the village children with them as they went through the village because they knew they were being tracked by an F-15E or an MQ-9 Reaper drone. That's just the mentality, the sick mentality of this terrorist insurgent mindset. And that looks like it was alive and well in the Ayatollah's Inner Circle, likely alive and well also in the IRGC, or at least in a lot of the hardliners of the IRGC. But this operation showcases why the U.S. military remains unmatched. And the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber is the heart at that. Striking deep, striking in the middle of the night, and striking silently. This is the backbone of these strikes. Looks like 4 to 6 aircraft. Each of them are capable of carrying up to 2 of those GBU-57 max ordnance penetrators. Those are those 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs that can penetrate over 200 feet each. Hardened concrete earth, no problem. Speeds on impact exceeding 800 miles per hour and detonating with massive explosive force to obliterate deeply buried targets like Pickaxe Mountain that could have been struck as well. 36-hour missions is the B-2's bread and butter. F-22 Raptors escorting those B-2s for top cover, and KC-135 and KC-46 tankers supporting across the Atlantic and Mediterranean. Naval assets fired 38 plus Tomahawk cruise missiles to open corridors and take down the IADs as well. But you don't want to give the Ayatollah too much warning. So if these different sites, these surface-to-air missile sites, were taken out immediately, the Ayatollah might have been able to scramble into his bunker underneath the city and be the rat. That's what he's called by the local population there, because he scrambles underneath the city and then you can't find him for weeks. So that wouldn't be good as well. So potentially these B-2s rolled in first, just with the F-22s creating those silent corridors to not tip off any members of the IRGC to call their buddy the Ayatollah. Likely the B-2s just went in with that silent corridor and the F-22s paving the way. Also, we've got carrier assets, F-35C Lightning IIs, F-18Es and Fs blasting off the USS Abraham Lincoln. As we saw, the USS Abraham Lincoln is providing strike and combat air patrol power, likely with planned targets blasting off every half hour or so. Israel also committed, went all in, 200 jets, F-35I Adirs, custom Israeli electronic warfare jets, F-15Is from Israel, F-15Es from the US, and then CENTCOM CENTCOM's Task Force Scorpion strike debuted Lucas. That's a one-way attack drone. It's an upgraded Shahed 136 derivative. Oh, cool. Iran, you want to launch your drone swarm against us? Awesome. We'll take your drone swarm and we'll double it, and then we'll let you deal with that. So the B-2s are uniquely suited to strike those nuclear sites like Fordo and Natanz with a GBU-57, but the decapitation hit on the leadership compound in the heart of Tehran, where it's said that the Ayatollah was chairing a meeting of top officials, likely came from long-range pinpoint missiles that could have even come from Israel. It could have been Tomahawk missiles, and then it could have been teamed up with other weapons on the B-2. Because the GBU-57, that's just a little bit too much firepower. It's like bringing a 50 caliber to a handgun fight. Like, this is just a little bit too much. So what could have also been dropped by the B-2 would be those GBU-31 2,000-pound bombs, but also pinpoint missiles coming in from the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force, potentially those coming in the opening 30 seconds to pin everybody down and make sure they couldn't leave that meeting, ensuring surgical precision without needing that massive penetration weapon. You don't need that when you're going up against a surface site. And then overall, these tactics are textbook. SEED, suppression of enemy air defenses for you acronym lovers, dialed in to level 11 perfection. AGM-88 HARM missiles, and then F-35s launching glide weapons, JASSMs, joint air-to-surface standoff missiles, destroying radars and SAMs. Where do we see this go from here? Well, let's talk about the 4D chess situation, because likely what we'll see out of Iran is the fact that they're going to have one-off systems pull themselves out from fortified areas and launch ballistic missiles. So those are going to need to be targeted as well. Specifically, the F-16CJ is very uniquely suited to do that. And I'll do a follow-on video on the F-16CJ and the likely missions that it's doing right now. But it's pretty clear at this point, when those B-2s slip through undetected, they can deliver those earth-shattering payloads that satisfy every time. So for the 4D chess section, strike the head of the snake, strike hard, and disrupt command and control by creating chaos so the enemy collapses from within. Think about the pandemonium and the panic right now in the inner circle of Iran. They're still sending out propaganda, but they know their days are limited. If they don't turn in the keys right now and do a full surrender, they're likely going to go bye-bye here in the next few days. President Trump and the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, have calculated that eliminating or isolating leadership, gutting the nuclear infrastructure, and shattering C2 would ignite internal fractures and uprisings while ending the nuclear threat for good. So those B-2s direct from the US mainland, after the UK said, no, we don't want you here. We want Iran gone too. Like, we don't want to get hit by their ballistic missiles, but can you guys just take the heat? That's a little bit too much heat for us. But this sends a crystal clear message to the UK as well. America can step in and protect you and doesn't even need your permission to defend its interests or its allies. So it's worth being said that Diego Garcia is being used for, it looks like, the F-16CJs, but the UK has said they don't want the US to use Fairford to fly combat missions out of. So very interesting, where they're trying to play both sides, where the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, already called the UK a terrorist organization. So at this point, UK, you might as well just have a backbone and not worry about what they think about you, because they're not exactly putting you on their Christmas card list. But the bigger objective here is regime change without U.S. troops on the ground. Use overwhelming air power to set the conditions for Iranians to finish the job. If the IRGC splinters and protests explode, this could be game over for the current regime. So here's what we could see in a hypothetical situation. Struggles and power vacuums in the inner circle will likely happen as they start to turn on themselves. So the moderates within the actual party itself will likely start to get more of a foothold. And at this point, there could be limited special operations maneuvers that go in and strike down the top leadership, or just continue to pound them with these extremely advanced weapons. What do you think? Where do you think we go from here? Do you think internal fracture will actually take down the regime in Tehran? Let me know in the comments below. And then if you want to see me do a live every week, right now, pretty much every day, specifically focused on Iran, join the Max Ready Room. Click the link in the description below. Join the lives. I'll see you there. And then follow me on X. Follow me on Instagram. I'm posting there pretty much every day. Thanks for watching, guys. Click the next video that pops up right here. This is Ryan, also known as Max Afterburner, signing off.
It's pretty messed up. We can't even, sadly, we won't be able to repost that directly for all of y'all to see the just wacko depravity of the Iranian government. I don't even understand. Like, they're acting like that's a good thing. I don't know what it's supposed, but we can't show it to y'all. So unfortunately, I just have to say it's pretty wild and whack, and y'all just have to take our word for it on that one. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, it's been posted by an Iranian state media, and it's also been reposted by OSINT channels. Open Source Intel reposted it, showing what it is. They're also apparently weirded out by this photo as well. I think this is a very rare look into the sick minds of the Iranian leadership, possibly, and many people never buy it. Like when they say, "Oh, these people are sick," I think this might be the closest thing to prove that, actually. But jumping into our next support here, this one goes to Marshall Stokes, and thank you very much, Marshall, for that $50 support, and we appreciate that very much. He did not leave a comment though, but thank you very much for helping to keep the channel running. We also have a 30 from David Johnson, who said, "Keep up the great work." And we shall. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support, and we will. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ludus Veritas, who puts in a 28, actually. They said, "Thanks for the amazing news coverage marathon."
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our news coverage marathon. We are putting a lot of work and effort into it, and so big thanks to you once again. And also, I saw some people coming in here saying that others are saying that nothing's happening in Akrotiri. I don't mean like, I'm not.
We don't know if he said that, by the way. I wouldn't address that. He might not have said that. It could be a troll.
Platforms inside
Maybe.
villages,
But with that, we are on
using
to the
Arab
next one.
civilians as human
Our next one
shields.
goes to Kralix, who puts in a 25, and thank you for that support as well. He said LSA, and long live the LSA.
And long live the Leaf Spring Army, and a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to say
That's
that and keep that going right now. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from ABCD, who put in a 20, and they said, "Thank you, Enforcers, for the amazing job and the dedication."
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our dedication. We truly do try our best, and I got to say that it's a wonderful and incredible thing to know that folks like you are helping our channel to keep on running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on and into the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Steve Otten, who said, "Oi" to the hardest working team in news.
And thank you so much for the support. I would like to think that we are doing fairly good reporting on this at the moment.
State media outlet has do not show this, by the way. Let me actually unpost that real quick. I'm going to put that under the likes tab. Do not show this on the stream. The Iranian state media has shared an image of Khamenei sitting in a. I don't even really want to describe. I don't even really want to describe this, to be honest with you. I don't know what this sickness is that they put out here. Apparently, they think this is good. We can't even describe it on YouTube. By the way, I'm not even really sure what the connotation behind this image is that they put out, and I can't repost it in case we accidentally hop to our timeline or something on Twitter. We can't actually show this on on YouTube.
I think the best way we can describe it, folks, is that it's some real. Epstein, like it's some real island type stuff going on in that picture. Like it's got a very creepy vibe to it. It's pretty messed up. We can't even sadly we won't be able to repost that directly for all of y'all to see the just wacko depravity of the Iranian government. I don't even understand. Like they're acting like that's a good thing. I don't know what it's supposed, but we can't show it to y'all. So unfortunately, I just have to say it's pretty wild and whack, and y'all just have to take our word for it on that one. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, it's been posted by an Iranian state media, and it's also been reposted by OSINT channels. Open Source Intel reposted it, showing what it is. They're also apparently weirded out by this photo as well. I think this is a very rare look into the sick minds of the Iranian leadership, possibly, and many people never buy it. Like when they say, "Oh, these people are sick," I think this might be the closest thing to prove that, actually. But jumping into our next support here, this one goes to Marshall Stokes, and thank you very much, Marshall, for that $50 support, and we appreciate that very much. He did not leave a comment though, but thank you very much for helping to keep the channel running. We also have a 30 from David Johnson, who said, "Keep up the great work." And we shall. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support, and we will. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ludus Veritas, who puts in a 28, actually. They said, "Thanks for the amazing news coverage marathon."
And thank you so much for the
support.
support.
Mania,
thank you for enjoying
it's actually
our
pigs
news
and
coverage
goats
marathon.
for him.
We are putting a lot of work and effort into it, and so big thanks to you once again. And also, I saw some people coming in here saying that others are saying that nothing's happening in Akrotiri. I don't mean it running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And give me just a minute here. I got to get a couple things out of the chat.
Okay, Keir Starmer.
Yesterday, I spoke to you about the situation in the Gulf.
Look at how
and
shaky
explained
he is.
that the United Kingdom was not involved in the strikes on Iran.
Look at this spineless
That
man.
remains the case. Over the last 2 days,
He just
Iran
doesn't
has
want to
launched
lose his
sustained attacks
Islamic
across the
voters.
world at countries who did not attack them. They've hit airports and hotels where British citizens are staying.
Yeah,
This is clearly a
but you don't want to
dangerous
be
situation.
on the offense or
We have
offend
at least
anybody that's
200,000
Islamic.
British citizens
Like, it's
in
ridiculous.
the region, residents, families on holiday, and those in transit. I ask all our people in the region to please register your presence and follow Foreign Office travel advice. I know this is a deeply worrying time, and we will continue to do all we can to support you. Our armed forces, who are located across the region, are also being put at risk by Iran's actions. Yesterday, Iran hit a military base in Bahrain, narrowly missing British personnel. The death of the supreme leader will not stop Iran from launching these strikes. Their approach is becoming even more reckless and more dangerous to civilians.
It was before
Our
that.
decision that the UK would not be involved with the strikes on Iran was deliberate, not least because we believe that the best way forward for the region and for the world is a negotiated settlement.
Yeah, okay.
One in which Iran agrees
They're
to
such
give
bad
up
faith
any
negotiators,
aspiration
it's impossible to
develop
negotiate
a
with them.
nuclear weapon. But Iran is striking British interests nonetheless and putting British people at huge risk, along with our allies across the region. That is the situation we face today. Our partners in the Gulf have asked us to do more to defend them.
Yeah,
And it is
because
my
you're
duty
so
to
spineless.
protect British lives. We have British jets in the air as part of coordinated defensive operations, which have already
Holy man,
successfully
how is he in power,
intercepted
UK? Like,
Iranian
what
strikes.
is...
But the only way to stop the threat is to destroy the missiles at source, in their storage depots, or the launchers which are used to fire the missiles. The United States has requested permission to use British bases for that specific and limited defensive purpose. We have taken the decision to accept this request, to prevent Iran firing missiles across the region, killing innocent civilians, putting British lives at risk, and hitting countries that have not been involved. The basis of our decision is the collective self-defense of long-standing friends and allies and protecting British lives. That is in accordance with international law, and we are publishing a summary of our legal advice. We are not joining these strikes, but we will continue with our defensive actions in the region. And we will also bring experts from Ukraine together with our own experts to help Gulf partners shoot down Iranian drones attacking them. I want to be very clear. We all remember the mistakes of Iraq, and we have learned those lessons. We were not involved in the initial strikes on Iran, and we will not join offensive action now.
Still
But Iran is
spineless.
pursuing a scorched earth strategy. So we are supporting the collective self-defense of our allies and our people in the region. Because that is our duty to the British people. It is the best way to eliminate the urgent threat and prevent the situation spiralling further. This is the British government protecting British interests and British lives.
Yeah, he's so. News on Johnny Somali. Ramzi Khalid Ismail sentenced as the prosecutors recommend 3 years prison with labor. He will not be going to a foreigner prison, a hard labor prison, which will have mostly Korean inmates. They haven't forgotten his cultural insults. Good. This Johnny Somali guy needs full penalty of the Korean law against him for how ridiculous he was over there. Let's see what this left
World War III. I'm so glad World War III has finally started. It's going to be so nice to see these conservatives finally die.
What drug is she on?
They wanted, just like Charlie Kirk.
She's so ugly. Ugly and drugs don't mix too well. Yeah, this is your mascots, lefties. Pink-haired bimbos. Shank, I criticized Iran's Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei 1,000 times. Reality? That's the only thing he said. Zero verifiable evidence. Of course, Yogurt Chink has been reduced to lies again. That's pretty much all he's been doing. Blows my mind at any single moment. For any reason, thousands of leftists can show up instantaneously with foreign flags and signs. Normally, people have to rearrange their entire day to show up anywhere. These people are just always on call. They're always paid for. Of course they are. How old some of these people are marching. All communists. Crazy. Alright. Oh, and these fake crying videos for Khamenei. These are his supporters. That's the new mullah. He's crying because he knows he's next to die. Oh, these ugly people. Cameras on them, they're crying.
فرمود زینب جان به جان من دیگه خودتو اینجور نزن بکشن من خودمو نزنم هم حسین گریه اما غروب عاشورا آی زدم
No, they better start fleeing. They're gonna get bombs dropped on them. That's funny. It does look like him a lot.
Not miss this. That means what I urged President Trump on Friday. I said this regime is teetering. It is hanging by a thread. Do not miss this opportunity because removing this regime that wants to murder us. Remember, this Ayatollah has for months hired hitmen with the stated purpose of murdering President Donald J. Trump. Removing this regime from power makes
Mama Gabe and Eli home in Savannah.
I urged President Trump on Friday.
Oh,
I said this regime is teetering.
Yeah. What's this? Show this. This is the U.S. Embassy in Iran, I think, or Pakistan. Idiot firing into his own people. A lot of people coming out with blood on them. Yep, that guy got shot in the arm. No dead people, just people that are injured. He got shot in the hand, he got shot in the arm for sure. Just stop trying to yeah. Messing around. What they get, trying to break into an embassy. Not playing around anymore. And this is the property of Allah shirt guy in Texas. Detained. He's dead. Got spicy chips from Gigi's house. Yeah, multiple reports now indicate that the newly appointed Tola has been killed in an airstrike. We got water?
We also have a 20 from Sean Kendrick, who's a first-time watcher. You guys have pioneered a new way of news coverage. Keep it up. And thank you so much for the kind words, Sean.
I'll take
we
it.
like to think that we are generally giving
How was the
everyone in
visit?
mainstream a run for their money, and it actually does show.
Good. How's Gigi and Papa doing? Huh? He wasn't there. He loves the spicy Doritos. We'll go wash your hands. Oh, did you get teddy bear too? What else did you get? Fabric bags that look like bunnies. Bunny bags.
Where you put one of the treats in.
Ah.
But this is for Easter.
Yeah, they look like Easter bunnies.
But we can just leave them right now.
I like them. Mom's making different crafts. She's making different crafts. Another one? Got 3 of them?
Vegan.
Yeah.
What? You use something in it?
Yeah. Here's some.
Put on the weapon and then take a walk in.
Yeah, I don't know what you put in there.
Yeah, the berry. Oh, who berry those special things?
Yeah, your special treats, your drink treats.
Sweet. Yeah.
Oh, you got some candies?
Yeah, easy good.
Yeah, Gigi gave you some candies.
But I can't eat them yet.
No, you gotta wash your hands.
Okay.
Oh, you got a little rubber heart? What'd you get? Your own little bag of stuff? Oh, you took those from the
What?
on your walk.
Yeah, you take pets or decorations.
Oh, cool.
But mommy let them out. But older people let them
Yeah, they left them out at the park.
out. Why?
I don't know why.
Why?
Cute little bunnies.
These were the bunnies.
Yeah, I like these.
But who sent me this?
Yeah. We'll go wash your hands. We'll go get them washed. Don't keep piling stuff on me. Bring that bag over here so I can put some of this stuff in. What else? The stretchy guy? Stretchy Grinch? The Grinch?
No, the Christmas tree.
Oh, cool.
Christmas.
The stretchy Christmas tree. Yeah.
Don't move.
Well, here. I'll put this in since it's white. Thank you for showing me everything you got.
Okay. Oh, we also got this.
Yeah, what's that for?
But we got.
I like these. They're cute. This one has the drinks in them, I guess. I can feel them.
And he told you?
Yeah.
Timer.
And then it's got rubber heart.
You try this,
Later.
and then you say,
If you have time, can you
Yeah, I can charge it.
"Fine one, fine."
Go wash your hands.
Oh,
You want me to try one when you come back, okay?
No, pop it in there.
Okay. Oh, spicy!
No, that's the way.
You
What?
didn't. You have to
Oh, spicy! They do have a good spice to them. Holy cow. Ooh, spicy! Yeah. Yeah, it is really good. I like it. Go wash them out in the kitchen. You got a cheesesteak?
Breaking news, but jumping back into our super chats so we keep moving along with those. We also have a $100 support from Henga, and thank you very much, Henga, for that 100. And we appreciate it very much.
That's the biggest risk. We're creating a power vacuum, and we don't know who will fill it. But for the Iranian
These
people,
fries are good.
Well, we do know who will fill it. We're going to have that Prince guy come in and do that. I mean, I
Reza
think this is
Pahlavi.
pretty well. It's very well stated, and it's well defined what the strategy is. I mean, they've said many times this is what we're going to do.
after 47 years under the Islamic Republic,
Yeah.
selling kidneys for food,
Oh,
what
that's
do they
always
have to
good.
lose?
Yeah, exactly.
It's easy to say you don't want war.
Yeah, it's a nice platitude that is it's basically taking a cheap moral high ground that is
What?
actually the moral low ground. Like
Yeah.
allowing this
Who is it? I don't know
allowing
who it
this
is.
injustice to continue and allowing evil to continue
No.
and allowing more
Not that I can tell.
importantly, even if you don't care about it from a moral perspective, the fact that these guys are paying people to blow up our ships and our people, allowing these people to continue, big fucking surprise.
talking.
It's a good decision to get rid of them. And you can't go and act like, oh, well, this is some kind of, oh, wow, it's a spider on my leg. Look at that. That's a big boy, isn't it? Look at him. Look at him. That's a big one. I think, unfortunately, this one's going to have to get killed. Look, he's just on my leg. Look, you want to see him? Look, right there. Little crawly boy. Eat it. Put him outside. All right, give me a minute. I gotta get him outside. You better not move, you little bitch. I didn't know they could get this big. Look at him. Let him escape. I will. He got his legs out now. Now he's getting mad. Yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right. I take him outside. We got him. See? Look. Y'all want to see him again? There he is. All right.
He was showing a spider. Yeah, it crawled on his blanket.
Andrew's a lot more knowledgeable about the equipment. That's why I usually defer to him whenever we come to something like that. I'll ask him about the ships and
He's
stuff.
putting it
I
outside.
don't really know all the equipment designations. I generally know the main equipment, but not all the designations. That's more of the culture side. He studied all that stuff in detail. I'm more of on the political science side of things with the analysis and also how countries interact with each other. Because that's my specialty.
Asmongold?
That's what I have my degree in.
No.
For the most part. So that's generally what's been studying stuff for
I
years.
eat those spicy chips.
Naturally become acquainted with all the conflicts because you cover them so often.
No.
So we cover them daily.
The what the hell is it? Like he's over on the porch now. He got deported.
Yeah.
I know he wasn't supposed to be here. And honestly, like he has his place that he's supposed to be at. He's supposed to be underneath the webcam. Apparently, he's not over there. But I think he's a different one. So we had to get rid of him.
Apparently, there have been attacks on American soil.
No one does. But the honest question
Texas
isn't whether
and
you want war. It's whether what's good
one
for
in
humanity.
DC, but they're not sure
is
if the one in
worth
DC is related to what's going on in Iran.
I don't even agree with
The
that.
one in
I think that
Texas,
if you
they think
want
was
a
related
conflict,
to what's going on
you
in
either,
Iran.
sometimes there's the decision to have a conflict now or a conflict later.
A guy with a Quran
and
in
I
his
think
car
that choosing to have a conflict now
and a shirt wearing
is
"Say
a lot
Property of
safer than
Allah"
later.
went and
There's
shot up like
probably
a
never
bar.
going to be a better point to go
Killed a
after these
couple
people than right now.
Like 4 people, I think.
If you want to
Is an
support clear
Israeli
thinking,
drone?
Yeah.
You
become a
think
paid
so?
subscriber on Substack.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best way to stay up to date. And to
No
support
action is
the
an
mission.
action
Let me
too.
put it up.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think it's it's like a.
All right, we talked about that Mullah guy. check me wrong. They lost the Civil War. They found the KKK. They created black versus white. They killed MLK. They killed JFK. They killed RFK. Showed out to China. They found domestic terrorism. They put Islamists in Congress. They bought the media to lie to us and created the mental illness. They created school shooters. Created the trans culture. They opened the border. They stole an election. They imported millions of illegals. They created sanctuary cities. They control the education system. They indoctrinated. They created cancel culture. They got us fired from our jobs. They censored free speech. They silenced conservatives. They started the anti-vax movement. They weaponized the justice system. They went after political opponents. They tried to kill Trump for 7 centuries. They had the Epstein files. They didn't help prosecute Epstein. They didn't bring new charges. They didn't release the files. They're friends with his clients. They're friends with Diddy's friends. They didn't bring new charges. They encouraged violence. They demonized law enforcement. They crashed our economy in 2020. They caused record high inflation. They let prices skyrocket. They ruined the healthcare system. They spent recklessly. They created a cult following. They tried to kill Trump. They killed Charlie Kirk. They are the fascists. Literally every accusation is a confession. That is the Democrat Party. Very true. I might say that one. I like it. Oh, this is so cool.
これまでの第三次世界大戦、アメリカ合衆国はマドゥロを拘束するためのニュースは世界中を駆け巡り、あらゆる放送を席巻していた。だが彼らの知らぬところで、イランでは長き眠りについていた獅子が目覚め始めていた。
通信を遮断しろ。こんな姿を世界に見せるわけにはいかん。しばしいモサドめ、奴らが裏で糸を引いている。フィレラ私がマドゥロのようにただ横たわると思っているのか。全員撃て。
Hit rooftop snipers in Iran. They were on the rooftop shooting protesters in Iran. What are you gonna watch?
Not Panda. Kids
YouTube. Mom heating up. He's really munching down on those spicy chips. Hey, can I have some for my, can I take some chips? Yeah, I'll take some spicy Doritos. Hold on, back up. Just take a little bit. He's really munching on them.
He's always like spicy. Here. If you listen and try to watch the phone, you can watch the videos.
Here, take the bag. Back in the bag and take the bag. Oh, we're running. Busy day. Yeah. Sorry, I fell asleep. And then I was out. I was asleep. Yeah.
Not
missing me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
ありがとう、ヒーロー。世界にイラン国民の意志を見せてやる。
キーウ周辺のエネルギー基盤とドローン製造拠点を攻撃する。これにより敵の電力を断ち生産を締め上げることができる。ただし標的はポーランド国境のすぐ近くだ。やれ、全てを灰にしろ。タンカーの応酬はすでに始まっている。奴らが動き出すのも時間の問題だ。だが今ははっきり分かったはずだ。この半球は我々のものだ。
Which they have in the video. Cool.
これまでの
That's all I think. One of the worst countries in the world. Yeah, okay, they'll have no more. Yep. No, they're not.
Weston. I'm 27 years old and live in Dayton, Ohio. My name is Connor Gardner Weston. I'm 27 years old and live in Dayton, Ohio. I am an anti-contact, non-offending pedophile. I am fundamentally against adult-minor relationships because I know that they are harmful. I don't have any urges that I need control, just like how most straight men don't have the urge to rape every woman they meet. Pedophilia is not a choice. I can choose not to harm minors, but I can't choose to stop being attracted to them. My name is Connor Gardner Weston. I'm 27 years old and live in Dayton, Ohio.
That the United Kingdom was not involved in the
Trump and disparaging America right now. You know, for all the influencers and commentators out there who are bashing President Trump and disparaging America right now, after we've entered the fight with Iran, the problem with you is not that you have an opinion, but the fact that you are now giving the enemy of America and mankind aid and comfort after the fight has begun. You have no loyalty to the kind of stuff that Benedict Arnold was made of. I mean, look at it like family. Your brother has been bullied for years, kind of like Iran has been terrorizing the world for years. He finally decides that he's had enough. And when the bully brings all of his friends to gang up on your brother, you walk away and let him take a beating. That's you, the disloyal, cowardly family member. Only you didn't just walk away from the fight. You joined in with the bullies and helped them pummel your brother. If this were 1776, you'd all be siding with the British and finding some way to blame the Jews. But y'all sold out claiming to be America first because you aren't forward thinking enough to understand that ending the Islamic regime's reign of terror is America first. Preventing future attacks and aggression on Americans is America first. Preventing the annihilation of Israel and leaving it to Islam is America first. Because I can assure you whatever fills that vacuum would be 1,000 times worse than, your misguided perception of Israel. Funny enough, you all scream to high heaven about a genocide in Gaza, but none of you batted an eye over the killing of 40,000 Iranians by their own government. But I mean, if you talk to as many Iranians as I have, you understand, and I can assure you, you would never tell them to their faces that what America is doing right now is wrong. So God bless our military and God bless America.
The terrorist Islamic regime has imported Islamic terrorist sleeper cells into Western countries. I was accused of Islamophobia and kicked out of my party for calling out radical jihadi behavior. Overnight, we're seeing terrorist attacks in both Toronto, Canada, and Austin, Texas. 3 people have lost their lives. I'll repeat it again. Anyone who carries, wears, supports the flag or those of the Islamic Republic, Ayatollah Soleimani, or the Islamic regime is a terrorist. To be safe, jihad is no joke. I mean, I find it as a valid question, but I think it can be pretty obvious as well. We can strike them wherever they are. We can find them wherever they are. And we can decimate the regime from the sky for sure. Yeah, Nick Fuentes guy is a joke.
Why the delay? Why are they delaying? They're scared. That's why they're delaying. That's as simple as it is. They are scared. That's the only answer. They are so fearful of Iran. Like, Iran has scared the shit out of these countries because of all this propaganda. And they apparently believe it. And also, there's a part of these countries that kind of sympathizes with Iran to a certain degree. So that's also playing into it a little bit as well. So that's why I've said before. I said we have to be really careful here. In fact, I think we had this debate before, if I remember correctly, So I said, do you think that if Iran falls, will these states keep funding the proxy groups? Like, for example, any of these states out here that might be, and even indirectly, helping the proxy groups to stay alive? I mean, how do you explain them not defending their countries against Iran? Seems a little strange to me, certainly.
But if they were helping, don't you think they would have been not attacked?
No, because they're that stupid. These proxy groups are terrorists. They don't use logic.
Well, I mean, no, not the countries. You know, like, don't you think they wouldn't have been attacked?
By who?
By the Iranians. Like, we're not talking about like Hezbollah and Hamas. I mean, the Iranians are bombing all of these countries. I mean, if they were helping out Iran's terrorist groups, why would Iran bomb them?
Because, like I said, they're terrorists. They don't use logic. They attack anybody. They don't care about that kind of stuff. They don't care at all.
Sorry, I was misunderstanding earlier.
Yeah, they're insane. That's what I'm saying. Like they don't use logic. There's no type of intelligence or logic being used by the Iranian government. They simply got attacked, and they said, "How
for the follow.
bastards betray?" So they started attacking everybody,
Or,
including
no,
their friends.
not the
They feel
follow.
like their friends should have prevented them from getting attacked. That's their logic, which is insane logic. But that's what they're probably thinking.
But Matthew, please. While Iran is attacking everyone,
I think it's difficult to argue. I think it's very difficult to argue against this. But like, you might be in a resounding chamber because the left is really against this, and the extreme right, like Nick Fuentes, I wouldn't even call him right. I would call him left. But he's so far left, he's like almost right.
I don't know. But I would have to say they need
definitely
to
a
get out of that
horseshoe
thing, because
effect.
It's going to be before long that the Iranians are mopping the floor with them. You know, it's like, so they need to do something.
But yeah, it's just hard to argue with that. The people need this and want it.
Yeah, they should. They ought to act quickly. Also, they're taking some big losses too. If it's true that $1 billion system got hit, they've got some monetary losses. So, what speaks to the Gulf states? Is it getting attacked by Iran? Does that speak to them? Apparently not. They haven't really done much. So, is the monetary losses going to do anything? I mean, these are some wealthy countries. Maybe the money speaks. Maybe the money will say.
I doubt money speaks as much.
Maybe they'll act on
They
that.
care
Maybe
about the
maybe
oil
Durham
prices
will
more than
speak.
they care about
Possibly.
the
We don't know.
I know what's going to happen. The Saudi
the
wealth
downfall of
funds
the
are gonna start telling
regime.
some people, go out there and do a comedy skit on Iran.
That was the number one reason why most of these Middle Eastern countries are against the United States striking earlier, and that's why they had them go to the negotiating table. They didn't want the oil price to drop.
Well, not the Iranians, but all these Middle Eastern states to be literally raking in the dough. I mean, they don't really even have
And
to
once
do
Iran
it.
is
They're
free,
just
guess what?
blessed
That's a
by
lot
the
of
fact
oil
that
going
they're
into the
literally sitting
open
on top of major
open
oil
market.
fields that were easily developed because it's basically
It's like
oil
Venezuela.
sands. But then they sit there and you have all of this money, and then at the highest levels of their government, they have so little sense that they sit there and will go, I don't know. I mean, is them bombing us and killing our people, is that really worth responding? It's like any country in the world that would have happened.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that
Muslim Middle East,
oversimplify
they would be
global
like, this is
politics.
worthwhile to respond to immediately because we're basically at war now, and they're doing this all day. Like, they've been firing missiles at everyone down there
Yeah,
for 36 hours straight.
a lot of people
Everyone's
have a
been
tough
under an
time with
endless
global
air raid for
understanding
36
reasons or
hours. So
looking
I
for
don't
the
know, maybe this
future
thing will, like,
benefit of
blow over.
anything.
It's like, no.
Most
If it's
people
going
can't
on
see
every
past their
minute
own
of your
noses,
hour
like I
for
say.
36 straight hours. This is a war. You're not getting a choice. You're in the middle of a war.
Right.
I mean, look at
Exactly,
UK.
exactly right.
They're
So,
so scared to do anything or enter this war or like offend
angry with
any
these
of their
countries
like
aren't responding
Islamic
because,
base.
You know, I don't have any stake in these countries or anything like that, but it kind of makes me a little bit angry to see stuff like this happening. They're not really
It's
fighting
ridiculous.
back against an attack. Kind of irritates me for some reason. But also, I feel like taking my frustration out on the PLA. I feel like taking it out. I have to take a moment to show you all a little bit of frustration with the PLA right now. We are seeing here, and we can't show the video, sadly, so make sure you pause that. But we had heard before the war
Oh, it's
started
to
that
hurt China and
an
Russia.
individual from the PLA National
But it also
Defense
lets us
University
remove our
predicted the
troops from the
following
Middle
on
East
Chinese
too,
state television.
because Iran
He
is
said,
the
if
biggest
United States dares to strike
terrorist
Iran,
sponsor
Iran will wipe out Israel
in the Middle
within
East.
half an hour. Well, we're currently 24 hours plus into this war.
There's a lot more
Israel is
benefits
not
than
only
just,
holding in
you
there, they're
know,
also
the
putting
oil.
dirt on
It's
Iran still, and we're
we get to
seeing
remove our
Iran get lit
troops.
up like
We
a
get to
Christmas
have
tree.
friendly
So it
relations with
turns
this
out
country
the
again.
Chinese PLA might not
Then we
really
can
know the
potentially have a
talk about when it
base
comes
in
to
this
defense
country,
strategies.
so then we can have
It
even
seems
more
like it could
pressure
go
on China than what we have
stupid
right
there.
now.
Mercer, what say you
Or an
about that?
even closer, an even closer striking range being in Iran.
Like, you know, this is why I'm telling you, Matthew, that these people in the PLA are full of
It's
it.
just so
I've
much
been-
pressure
I've been
for
saying this
China and
about
Russia.
everyone for years, folks. I'm like, they're full of shit. And
It's a loss of an ally, a loss of free oil.
Like, I gotta tell y'all, folks. I gotta tell you, this is something that
It
drives
will
me crazy.
delay the
I have to say
Taiwan
this.
invasion.
So just because someone has like a little
Yeah, there's so many
on
reasons.
their shoulder,
There's
like,
more
and they're
benefits to
tired.
this than there
Like,
are like
specifically if they're
downsides, in my
retired. This guy
opinion.
isn't even
Yeah,
retired.
it
He's
sucks.
actually
I think we
actively
lost
at
3
his Chinese
soldiers already.
university. That does not mean if
And we
they
don't
say
want to see
something
that
publicly
happen,
that
or
is
sucks
true.
in
I mean,
general,
usually
but
most of the
like,
time, from what
And there
I've
were a
seen,
lot of
most of
benefits.
the time, even the ones in America,
Long-term benefits.
90% of the time. Like, they just say stuff that's fictitious. Like this guy. How in the
Oh,
world
no.
will Iran wipe out Israel in 30 minutes? That would never be explained by him because it's just a fake claim. It's just based
There's
off
tons
of
of
emotion.
conspiracies.
Like, he doesn't like Israel. Iran is a Chinese ally. So their analysis just immediately goes into pure bias, and they get wiped out in 30 minutes. Like, I'm biased to the United States, and I'm a patriot and all, but you're not going to hear me say the Iranians are going to get taken out in hours. Like I was telling you already before the war started, I was like, this is going to be at least a minimum a couple of weeks, up towards a month, and then maybe a couple of months at the longest, like in a realistic time.
About a month, I think.
Because I'm not full of shit, and I'm not a guy who goes around going, oh, I'm an analyst, and then goes around and just makes up stuff. So that's the truth of it. This is
Like, look at
ridiculous.
Ilhan Omar and
minutes,
that group
that's
of
even crazier than the Russians. 3
crazy
days.
women that do not belong
you
in
know what
power.
wasn't
They need to
predicted by the
change the
Chinese
rules about who
analysts
can get
is that in the
elected
first,
into
not 30
office.
minutes, but the first
Only
30
American
seconds
born.
that, like over 60% of the top Iranian command structure would be
You know, if you
completely
don't do
wiped out
stuff
in
that
30
they
seconds. We're talking about
ran
less than a
by
minute.
Russia,
30
something
seconds
like that.
gone. So like 60% of the top structure. But they didn't predict that. This ought to be a wake-up call to China. They ought to think twice about invading Taiwan because they have a lot of predictions they're making about how quickly
Yeah,
they
I
take
know
Taiwan
that
as
there's a
well.
push for no
And
dual
that 30
citizenship.
minutes might turn into
The
30
right.
years or 30 months, perhaps, was more realistic.
But I don't even think
they might want to be careful because
that's
they don't really
such
have
an
a whole
issue.
bunch
I
of
think
combat
you
experience in
if
the
you're
real
not
world, and they're
American
taking a
born,
lot
you
of wild
shouldn't
guesses
be
and running with a lot of
running
assumptions.
for
I'm
office
not
or
sure
even
if I
like
would
getting
take
in
a risk if I
office.
was China.
Man, I can't wait for that one intelligence guy who's been making the rounds on.
Yeah, and I'm not
social
sure
media.
about the Rothschild thing. If I can't wait. the
for this.
banks
He's
were
gonna be
owned by them or whatnot. I don't really dive down into that rabbit hole too much.
The Taiwanese hit
Rothschilds are just a rich group, another rich group of
Bro, it's gonna be
people,
like that here and then
just like every other rich head in the
Chinese
world.
aren't ready for what's coming around. I mean, if this is how they thought it was going to go in the Middle East, they don't know how it's about to go with Taiwan.
Yeah, go to
This
the
is about
bathroom.
to
I'll
be
be
a
right back.
wake-up call for all of them.
Indeed, I would agree. war powers to start it, and then
All right,
kind of
we're
forced to
back.
keep it going at that point. So it's kind of messed up the way that works, but it's just been the way it kind of has been for the past decade.
Yeah, I'm not
so
sure.
It
I just know they got a lot of oil money and a lot of money from the gold and silver mines that are in the area too.
That AI is getting pretty powerful. I don't know if I would rage against it. Seems like it could be sketchy, but we also have a 10.
But who knows? I mean, that's all.
I AFK'd a bit, and I'm catching up right now.
It's all conspiracy. Some of it can be right. Some of it, you know,
the strike on the base in Cyprus
it's hard to prove.
would be against Hezbollah if it came from Lebanon. And that would be up to NATO.
I'm sure the Chinese banks are separate. I'm sure the Japanese banks are separated from that too.
And they would discuss that at the conference.
So there's
They would
probably
determine if the response is going to be limited to Hezbollah or if they would respond against Iran directly. There's a lot of
I know basically Israel's owned by the Rothschilds.
and they have a lot of leeway to decide how they're going to respond. So that's what I think. I think it would be up to them. But Enforcer, are you back yet?
That's just, yes, I've been back for a little. I mean, you were just slamming through this. I was like, dang, man. I was like, I'm supposed to take over eventually.
This evil woman.
I thought you were going to say, oh, he must be back by now.
That's
like,
yeah.
But
I was about to say that's old.
That question as
Which
well.
autocrat leader should Trump vaporize
Actually,
next?
these days, the modern understanding about groups like Hezbollah is that they are actually Iranian proxy
he was
forces.
smiling
That's why
big.
they actually state on their
Uh-huh.
titles that it's Iranian proxies that are doing these actions. So, with that considered, it would probably go back towards Iran, and Hezbollah would be, say, a consideration of an armed force under Iran's command or under the command of the IRGC. But
yeah, IRGC has been using War Thunder, Armor 3, or World of Warship to send out propaganda videos.
It depends, like Matthew's saying, what the Article 4 consultation would come up with when they invoke Article 5, if they do.
And that is true as well.
They might just join in on bombing Iran and also
I don't think they use cluster munitions. I think they send all these rockets.
Particularly the
we'll shut them up for a second. What's this one? I don't think this was cluster. I think this was just a bunch of like medium range rockets and then one like hypersonic. Maybe it's not even hypersonic. Just a bigger payload rocket. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Still no. What notification do I get? Well, that's true. Yeah, there's this crazy video in Pakistan. They're trying to yeah, I'm not verified. I'm not going to be verified. Where is it? Oh, this one. The Pakistanis were trying to attack a U.S. embassy. And I quickly found out that you don't do that when Marines are involved. This idiot starts shooting into the crowd. A lot of wounded people come out. And later on in the video, there's a couple guys that I think might be sleeping permanently. He got shot in the arms, hands. That guy's just sleeping. That guy got shot in the arm. Audio cut out. That guy's sleeping too. That guy's definitely sleeping. Very graphic. I might save it for later. Yeah. Very, very graphic. But yeah, that's why I was saying sleeping. Nico loses his mind. Let's
Israel
see.
just bombed Iran. We don't want. Want to go to World War III. Nobody wants to go to war with Iran. America does not want involvement in this. Let Israel do their thing. And so Khamenei, if he did die, if he died in this act, especially during the holy month of Ramadan, inshallah, he gets the highest rank in Jannah and he gets eternal paradise.
He ain't
gets the
going
highest
to
rank, he gets
heaven.
martyrdom. That's the highest achievement we can get. So FaZe Kaysan said, good riddance, free Iran. Respectfully, you don't understand shit about this. You are fully brainwashed if you think this is good for Iran. Dark times are coming ahead. If you don't see the bigger picture going on, obviously he's not perfect. But saying this is as stupid as, you know, like you could say that about any politician right now. Like people who get killed when they're in charge, especially in a time of war like this.
Hi, doing this is Sahar TV with more updates on Iran. First of all, this
Yeah,
is about
he provoked
Sneeko,
this
the
war.
America First commentator, right? Let's see if he's
Literally
actually America
provoked this
first,
war.
shall we?
I
Now,
told
this is Sneeko reacting to the death of Ali Khamenei. Let's see what he has to say about this.
But it's a reminder that this life is short. And so Khamenei, if he did die, if he died in this act, especially during the holy month of Ramadan, inshallah, he gets the highest rank in Jannah and he gets eternal paradise. He gets the
That's
highest rank, he gets
stupid.
martyrdom. That's the highest achievement we can get. But it's a reminder that this
Dude was
Inshallah, he gets
cowering
the
in his
highest ranks
bunker.
in paradise. Inshallah, he gets everything that's promised in Islam, despite the fact that he was a terrorist and Sneeko should hate the guy, despite the fact he yelled death to America, despite the fact that he took Americans hostage. Sneeko couldn't care less about this information. It's his Islam first, and because he's Muslim, then this guy's praised. Pathetic. This is Sneeko praying on stream, learning that Ali Khamenei was killed.
امام علی صلوات الله علیه و سلامه علیهما در ماه مبارک رمضان با سر دادن ندای آسمانی فست و به رب الکعبه به ساحت مقدس الهی واصل گردید.
Hi, Sneeko, pretending to be a Muslim, right? Only when it's convenient. But drinking
Definitely
during Ramadan,
pretending.
yeah, that's totally fine. Eating pork on stream by accident, yeah, that's totally fine. But this is pathetic.
شهد گوارای شهادت را در این ماه مبارک نوش نمود.
So FaZe Kaysan said, good riddance, free Iran. Respectfully, you don't understand shit about this. You're brainwashed if you think this is good for Iran. Dark times are coming ahead. So you support genocide? How is this not good for Iran? Like, this is so stupid. When people say, the Twitter's like,
Really, that's what
you
they were
say,
saying in Gaza.
hey,
Come
don't
on.
eat apples. And they're like, what? So you just want to shove a banana in your ass? It's like this.
That's exactly what this stupid community has been doing. You know, the Sneeko community, the Andrew Tate community, that's exactly what they've been doing, right? We said they had it coming because of October 7th. Oh, so you don't care about genocide? It's exactly what these people have been saying.
It's not what I said. Do you know who that man is and what he did to Iran, what he did to innocents? Yeah, Kaysan, if you don't see the bigger picture going on, obviously he's not.
Oh, geez, bigger picture.
But saying
No,
this is
he's
as stupid
evil.
as, you know, like you could say that about any politician right now. Like people who get
Yeesh.
killed when they're in charge, especially in a time of war like this, right?
Who was in war? Who was in war in the past 2 months? Nobody was in war. The only people that actually suffered deaths were the people of Iran, the brave people of Iran who were protesting against this disgusting dictator. They've been oppressed by this guy for the past 36 years, by his regime for the past 47 years. He did this to his own people. He shot his own people. And if that's what he did to his own people, imagine what he would have done to the world.
Like, yeah, he's not a perfect leader, but what is the bigger picture going on? Why are they attacking Iran? Kaysan, are you that stupid to think that they tried to kill Khamenei, and if he is really dead, this is true, that this is about...
He is dead.
By the way, he is really dead. Confirmed by Iranian officials, confirmed by Israel, confirmed by Americans.
Protesters or the innocent Iranians, you stupid idiot. This is about greater Israel and getting rid of their last threat.
This has nothing to do about greater Israel, you stupid face. This has to do with the proxies being placed around Israel, such as Hezbollah in the north of Israel, Hamas in Gaza, the Houthis in Yemen. They've been abusing the power for the past 2 years. Hamas since 2006 in Gaza. But Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terror. What are you talking about?
In the Middle East.
Yeah.
Finishing the job that they've been doing for the past 30 years. Destabilizing Libya,
guys are
Yemen,
evil,
Lebanon,
man.
Iraq, Syria, every surrounding nation with missiles pointed, with their targets pointing right at Israel.
Exactly. That's exactly why Israel got rid of the Ali Khamenei, of the leader of Iran. Exactly because of what you just said. Because they had rockets being targeted towards Israel. And Libya, what the hell are you talking about? Iraq, what the hell are you talking about?
Iran's the last one. They're the last one. What does Trump keep repeating? We'll watch the speech in a second. He says, Iran should not have a nuclear weapon. And then Israel has nukes. Israel has the Samson option. They have the option, Israel right now, this is part of their doctrine, where they say if anti-Semitism gets too strong, they can bomb the whole world.
Anti-Semitism has been the strongest since it's ever been. Why are they not using the Samson? Why have they not been using the nuclear weapons that they allegedly have? Why are they not using it? Why are they not deploying it? Because they're using it as a last resort, just like the other countries that have it. But if Iran would have it, you think it would be a last resort? No, it would be to promote their disgusting religious views. That's why they should never have nuclear weapons. That's what he thinks. He said some truth bomb.
Israel's belief is Iran is the only real threat there. And so many Iranians like Hassan, this idiot, believes that it's about, oh no, free Iran. Marco Rubio is saying that. Marco Rubio is saying, free the people of Iran. What does Mark Rubio, this Cuban-American guy, give a fuck about Iran?
He lived under dictatorship, just like the people of Iran who lived under dictatorship. Sneeko is a clown.
Hegseth faking bench pressing the Secretary of War. What does he care about the free people of Iran? There's people in America
You're really jumping.
And then now they care about...
The people of America are free. What the fuck are you talking about? Sneeko is the stupidest commentator of them all. Like, I swear.
The sovereignty of Iranian citizens? Wake up, dum-dum. Free Iran! So easy to brainwash these people.
So easy to grift off of the people purely on hatred for Israel. What a pathetic human being. Take a listen to what Sneeko said about Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas.
But people like Yahya Sinwar, leader of Hamas, he's in Palestine. He's in Palestine defending his people in the destroyed building holding an AK-47 because he knows that if he dies doing the right thing, if he dies in an act of martyrdom, you get the highest rank in heaven. We don't fear death. We're not supposed to. Maybe Iran is saying a lot of these Gulf countries, a lot of these people that prioritize dunya or prioritize money and, you know, tall buildings and this, then they can stray away. But it's a reminder that this life is short. And so Khamenei, if he did die, if he died in this act, especially during the holy month of Ramadan, inshallah, he gets the highest rank in Jannah and he gets eternal paradise. He gets the highest rank, he gets martyrdom. That's the highest achievement we can get.
He said, we don't fear death, right? So take a look at what Sneeko said. I'm not fucking dying for Israel, but I thought that if you die doing martyrdom, you will go to the highest ranks of heaven. Oh, wow, Sneeko, you hypocritical piece of shit. Now, who gave Sneeko the authority to speak on behalf of Iranians?
Israel striking Iran right now. Israel just bombed Iran. We don't want to go to World War III. Nobody wants to go to war with Iran. America does not want involvement in this. Let Israel do their thing. Okay, we already give them enough money. We do not want to get involved in another war that has nothing to do with us. Israel striking Iran.
Nothing to do with you, right? Just like the Hezbollah members that killed American troops, or Iran taking American hostages in the embassy in Iran. Nothing to do with you. You don't understand that they hate America. They hate your values. They hate the West. They chant death to America. Nothing to do with you. And just in case you need a little bit more proof that Sneeko is being used by the Iranian state TV to promote their propaganda, take a look at this.
This is how you know it's Mossad/CIA.
می شود فهمید که موساد و سیا در این اتفاقات نقش داشتند. اگر هم فکر می کنید این توهم توطئه است، می توانید حرفهای مایک پومپئو را ببینید. رئیس سابق سیا سال 9 میلادی بر همه ایرانیان در خیابان و همچنین عوامل موساد که کنارشان راه می روند مبارک باشد.
This is how you know it's Mossad/CIA.
The moment you see Sneeko on the screen of the Iranian state TV, that's a problem. The moment you see him praising a person like Ali Khamenei, who's been a big enemy to the United States, that is a problem. He was never America first. He never will be America first. He's a grifter.
No, he will not be.
Money. He's after conspiracy theories. So stop following this stupid guy and start doing some research on your own. Don't even listen to me. Do your own research. Sneeko is not a commentator. Stop listening to him. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
If you'd like to watch more of my stuff, please check out my channel.
Well, this walk in the woods, play like I mean, I thought it was all. No, I think they have the like the Mandalorian.
What's the matter, babies?
No.
In this particular instance, he's a leader of a terrorist state, so
Yeah, maybe.
it kind of puts it in a different framework. Secondly, also the other thing is that leaders are attempted to be assassinated all around the world. I mean, there's plenty of attempts that are ongoing right now in the United States that the FBI and the Secret Service have kind of alluded to at the moment. And there's endless assassination attempts that the Russians have tried on Zelensky in Ukraine. And it's really more so the security details work around those leaders that stops them from getting killed all the time, and also the intelligence agencies and stuff. So not really, because if the Russians had their chance, they would get Zelensky. And if the Iranians had their chance, they would do whatever they're wanting to do in the United States right now. And everyone would be doing that all the time. But it's up to the intelligence agencies, the security details like the Secret Service and the Ukrainian equivalent and so on, that generally keep these people alive all the time. So generally, it's not setting a dangerous precedent because everyone always already tries to do that. What happened here that got Khamenei killed is that his government's incompetent. He's an idiot. And, you know, they had a pre-planned meeting for months in advance. They all showed up at the spot. And then they got hit. It was a complete failing of their intelligence and their security altogether. But beyond that, a big
I think I did see that.
channel to keep on running. I hope that does dress that well. We also get a 5
Pretty
from
nice.
Wallseek without a comment. A big thanks to you. We also get a 5 from DWRB who said, "May the orb of judgment ever be in your favor." And I gotta thank you so much for support, DWRB, and hopefully it will be. I mean, what's crazy, folks, is that thing is actually going viral. If you type in "orb of judgment" or "orb of something," I think that right now on Google that's trending as the second highest search result within our region right now. So it's really crazy to see that the orb has literally become this thing. It's funny because like we were like, there's this glowing thing, and I said "orb of judgment." And I didn't. It sounded cool to me. I didn't really think that I'd catch on. But it's kind of funny because we come up with stuff every once in a while here, and really that's caught on a lot. Like everyone's calling that thing the orb of judgment now. And then there was this other thing that caught on at the beginning of the Ukraine war,
I can
which people.
I'll bring up the orb. Here's the orb. Just standing in the middle of nothing. And then it just disappears.
چه جالب داره میدرخشه. نه ستاره است نه چیزی.
Perfect cuts or what? That's weird. And then this one too. Oh, no. Sorry, it's the same one. See down here? which is weird. Are you making hot chocolate tea? Yeah, hot chocolate with cream. Yeah. Hey, you're okay. I'm still here. Hi, ladies. Hey, watching this thing move, it's so weird. It's like a drone. Kinda. Can't tell if it goes under the water. Like, it kind of disappears with the wave, and then it started flashing like that. And just going. Huh. This looks like the cool beach with the blue, the glowing blue water. And then, yeah, it just takes off. Flashes for a little bit. And then it's gone. Weird. It's got that like blue glow to the water, or that's just the camera or something like that. Wow, he's bouncing. She bounces high.
Stuff, people. Don't you love it? Let me try and take care of this here really quickly, folks. Hang on. There we go. Now we restart the Discord. All right, any second now, everyone. Any second now. All right, here we go. All right, so you ought to be back any minute now. Let me, which screen? Which screen is it? Oh, it's this one right here. Hello?
Okay, we're good. We're good. It looks like we're back already. Thankfully, it was quick that time.
Jeez,
But that is huge devastation right there. I mean, look the hell at that. I mean, it looks like the U.S. and Israel has ramped up their strikes a lot. I've never seen the devastation quite like that in Tehran yet.
I think they're really giving it to them. I think so.
Yeah, this is real.
That is the case. Also, we can see the RA-01 compared to the RQ-180. You know, it's not really that big of a thing. Oh, what? Oh.
Oh no!
Oh,
What the hell?
Oh my goodness! Like, oh my goodness. But anyways, I guess with that we are getting back on into the questions now that we've been able to cover that. But it is weird that there are heavy hits going on in Tehran at the moment.
Going back to the questions.
Which, by the way, my opinion is that neither should be the focus. If people want to gamble their money away, that's natural selection. You're an idiot, and that's what you get.
This case, the multi-billion-dollar skin economy could be changed forever. Today, we are breaking down the official filing, the smoking gun evidence the state is using, and why your inventory might be in the crosshairs. To understand why this lawsuit is different from the ones Valve beat in the past, we have to look at how the OAG is defining the game.
I don't like
they
this
aren't
woman.
calling it a tactical shooter anymore. In Valve's most popular game, the process resembles a slot machine with an animated spinning wheel that eventually rests on a selected item.
It's not a spinning wheel, number one. It's like a ticker line. And number two, that's not even true to begin with. It's a shooter game that has this as a component that some people do. It's just so dishonest. It's unbelievable.
Very dishonest.
New York argues that Valve's loot boxes violate the state's gambling laws because they meet the 3 criteria for gambling.
What's
price,
the criteria?
Chance, and prize.
Okay, so then what about Pokemon cards? If those are your only 3 criteria, what about baseball cards? What about Genshin Impact? Like, what about everything else? Like, this is just such a bad argument. It doesn't even make sense.
Horribly
You
bad
pay for a
argument.
key, which is the price. The item is determined by an algorithm, the chance, and the result is a virtual item with significant value, which is the prize. But here is where it gets dangerous for Valve. In the past, Valve argued skins weren't money. New York, though, is firing back by pointing to the June 2024 sale of a single AK-47 skin for over $1 million.
Because you can trade it.
From the filing, the randomly selected virtual items have no in-game functionality, but
It's not true. They have functionality. You can use them.
can be sold online for money, with one item reportedly being sold for more than $1 million. By highlighting that these items have zero functional use, but to massive cash value, the state is stripping away the "it's just a game" cosmetic defense.
That's
It's
true.
stupid.
That is true.
They are painting these items
Yeah.
as digital casino chips. And more
they're
interestingly,
not,
Valve
though.
seems to have seen the writing on the wall. Over the past year, we've seen Valve quietly making systematic changes to their case systems and reward structures, like the introduction of the Armory or even the Genesis terminal. These moves appear to be a strategic attempt to move away from the loot box model and towards a more transparent system. It looks like Valve has been trying to future-proof their revenue because they knew a legal problem was inevitable. But according to New York, these changes are just too little, too late. For years, Valve's get-out-of-jail-free card was the Steam community market. They claimed that because you couldn't cash out directly to a bank account from Steam, it wasn't real gambling. New York is actually calling bull on that. The lawsuit alleges that Valve doesn't just allow third-party sites, it facilitates them. The OAG...
The problem that I have with this is that it's that you have, like, how is it that you can have sports betting in the NBA games and you have children watching the NBA games? You can have Polymarket and Kalshi that's being advertised alongside CNN.
Yep.
But you can't sell and buy AK-47s that are purple?
Guys,
Like there's no logic here, right? There's no consistency, because if you had consistency, you would have all three of these things would either be legal or illegal. Like that's it.
Investigation
isn't it speeding logic? Well, if the government's not going after this, like, yeah, I think it is. You could say that it's speeding logic, that, oh, well, just because they're doing it wrong doesn't mean other people aren't too. Yeah, that's fine. But do you really think this is being done in good faith? I mean, I don't think it's being done in good faith. Absolutely not.
Bad faith trial.
That Valve facilitates.
There's also a degree of scope. Like, what do you think is bigger, like the CSGO market or Poly market or sports betting? Like, you're going after a molehill and you're ignoring the mountain.
Even assist these third-party marketplaces in their operations.
Just thinks they're not able to defend themselves.
That by allowing users to connect their Valve accounts to external sites where items are sold directly for cash, Valve is essentially providing the infrastructure for a global, unregulated casino.
Yeah.
Attorney General James states the high value of Counter-Strike's rare skins and the ease of liquidating items through third-party marketplaces.
I hate to say this, but this is probably like this does not look good for Valve. If they go after this, there's a good chance they might lose on this.
There is a chance
have
they'll beat
made
it, though.
Valve's virtual items an attractive target.
They're not responsible for
thieves.
third party.
She's linking the gambling to a broader cycle of crime, including the hundreds of thousands of support requests Valve receives from users being hacked or scammed. In the eyes of the law, if the system is so liquid that you can turn a skin into rent money in just a few minutes, it's seen as a currency. And if it's a currency, that means it would be gambling. But you might be wondering, why is New York doing this now? And it seems to be a part of their much
that is a good
larger
question.
war on addictive tech. The lawsuit leans heavily on the protection of minors. Research cited in the filing shows that children
it's a mature
who are
game,
introduced
so-
to gambling are 4 times more likely to develop a gambling problem later in life than those who are not.
That's the exact reason why they keep trying to find new avenues to engage children into gambling. It's because if you can get them hooked early, then you can get them addicted for a long period of time. actually support this 100%. I don't like the fact
I don't
that
like it.
Like, you guys know how I feel about loot boxes and everything. Like, I think that the video game industry would be better without loot boxes
Sorry,
and
I didn't
without
put
gacha.
sprinkles on.
It would be.
That's
It would
fine.
just be it would be a better. It would be more player friendly, and it would be a better industry. But there are two factors that I think come into that. Number one is, why is it that a user is not able to make a decision with their money, right? You have two consenting adults that are
Yep.
choosing to do something with their money and with their service. Why is it that you have a legal right to tell them no? I think that's a huge factor. And
Mhm.
number two, I find this to just be incredibly circumstantial, considering the amount of protections for sports bettings sports betting in the last 7 years have just gone
Yep,
away and away and away.
exactly.
And now you have prediction markets coming into the market as well that are also effectively gambling, and that's okay
I
with
think
them.
she's got a lawsuit
so it
against
doesn't
them
make
too.
sense to me that you would go after Valve with this comparatively small market of CS:GO stuff, and this is a worldwide.
Yeah. I don't know. What do we got going on? What in the world? She can afford getting her nails done. She can afford getting a bus ticket. The reports from Tehran show Iranian youth classing with Islamic public forces. I'm looking. Ooh, yum. That's the best.
You want some?
I like the better. Yeah. The best for Eli. Whoa, look at those marshmallows. Looks yummy.
I just like decorate it. Wait, I just made this snow.
It looks like snow.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you want big ones on your?
No, I'm okay with just whipped cream.
Oh, you want
Mine's good.
small ones?
Oh, mine's good.
Mine is good,
Yeah, it looks good.
but I can't drink it with all these marshmallows.
Yeah, you got to eat those marshmallows first.
But
You have the spoon.
Yeah, take it back over the table. Yeah, or do that. Mm. Oh. Need somebody with a brick or something. They got his gun. This is Indian Muslim born in UK taking over Iranians. Who does he think he is? Foreign person, whatever you think of him was a civilian, not in the military, and so it was murder plans. He was an active head of government. Dude's an absolute loser. It's a real bold strategy firing rockets at literally everyone who didn't kill the Toil in order to get them mad at the people who did. I mean, the IRGC plan is going to backfire on them heavily. It already is.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on March 1st, and we have major news as President Donald Trump has announced that the U.S. military has sank Iran's navy as a massive bombing campaign continues to escalate. We are going to get into the details
like
of
crazy.
what happened, as well as the latest strike footage as the United States military hammers the Iranian regime with the help of the Israeli Air Force as well. The war is raging, and it is going to get much worse.
Yeah, and they're going to be ramping up strikes like crazy. Drop my headset battery. Good. Good.
Before it gets better. So we're going to get into all the latest updates. Before we do, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing. Huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. How do you think the war is going? What do you think about us sinking their Navy? What do you think about the bombing footage? Let me know in the comments below.
Get rid of
Hit
their
the
Navy so they
notification
don't
bell. All
mind the strait.
notifications turned on. You won't
And
miss
then
a
they
thing.
can't
And then
actually
Instagram,
blockade
David
it, too.
_Hookstead, XD Hookstead.
All
That's
our
where you can
oil
find me on
comes from.
social media. My DMs are wide open. Please reach out with whatever you got. Now let's get into it. So I'm going to throw this up on the screen right away for you. President Trump announcing on Sunday afternoon that the Iranian Navy has been crushed. The Iranian Navy has been obliterated. And this is major news. And I'm going to explain why. But first, let's get into Trump's statement. It says, I have just been informed that we have destroyed and sunk 9 Iranian naval ships, some of them relatively large and important. We are going after the rest. They will soon be floating at the bottom of the sea. Also, in a different attack, we largely destroyed their naval headquarters. Other than that, their Navy is doing very well. I love how Trump had to throw in, other than that, their Navy is doing very well. So Iran was trying to use their Navy ships to shut down the Strait of Hormuz, where all the oil in the region comes in and out of. About 20% of the world's global supply comes out of the Strait of Hormuz. Now their Navy ships have been crushed. I will tell you, there are also unconfirmed reports that an Iranian submarine was torpedoed at some point late yesterday by an American submarine. That remains unconfirmed at this point, but this is the first confirmation we have directly from the President of the United States that Iran's Navy has been obliterated, thus removing their ability to shut down the Strait of Hormuz or attack our naval vessels. There are reports they tried to set ships to sea to find and hunt U.S. Navy ships. Now they have been sunk, all of them. Nine of the biggest, most important ones. And again, unconfirmed reports that a submarine was torpedoed as well. Now, this comes from the port, the Sharbar port, and the pier, the Bashedi Pier, that the IRGC ran, getting absolutely pummeled. Let's watch the foot. So this is a Navy area that, as you can see, was heavily bombed. Right there. Massive smoke and fire. And then here, this is Iran responding by attacking the U.S. military base in Kurdistan, northern Iraq. You can see the smoke on the screen after taking a hit from the Iranians. This footage out of Qatar after Iranian drone struck. This is surreal footage. Listen to the air sirens going off in this. Huge smoke. You can see right there. Right there, you can see massive smoke columns in Qatar after the Iranian regime carried out strikes on Qatar. Qatar, of course, hosts our biggest air base in the region. Now, the United States Navy releasing more footage of cruise missile launches. The United States continues to light up targets. And now the Israeli Air Force struck Iran's IRIB State Media Broadcast Center in Tehran on today, March 1st. Let's watch. You can hear explosions going off. You can hear people celebrating in the street. That's actually maybe the craziest part. So right here, another look at Tehran after the U.S. Air Force and the Israeli Air Force continue to drop bombs on a variety of different targets. And then right here, this is an Iranian air defense system getting lit up.
Holy cow.
You can see the strikes, the explosions, multiple bombs being hit. Next up, the Israelis have declared that air superiority has been achieved over Tehran. Targets struck include ballistic missile launchers, headquarters, Iranian air defense systems, command centers. 50 plus UAVs from Iran towards Israel were fired and shot down. This is footage released by the Israelis. Hold on. We got a tech issue with the noise. Give me a second. All right, we're back. Sorry about that. I think there was a little hiccup with the noise, but here you go. That is an Israeli fighter jet taking off. Go hit targets. Air superiority has been achieved. Now, we have more interceptors firing, this in Iraq as they tried to hit the U.S. base. You can see interceptors are up, missiles are up, going to hit the ballistic missiles incoming. All right, interception, right there, explosion. Boom, ballistic missiles intercepted. Unbelievable footage. Right there, you can hear more explosions going. Unreal. And then right here, Bahrain continues to get hit by the Iranian regime. See the smoke in the air. Bahrain, of course, is home to the United States Fifth Fleet. And then right here, massive airstrikes on IRGC sites in, I believe that's pronounced Urmia. You see smoke. Unbelievable. Bombings continue as of me recording this. And then right here, a ballistic missile did get through and did hit Israel. You're going to see the explosion coming.
So motherfucking rocket! Oh my!
Unbelievable.
Rocket!
Right here.
Motherfucking rocket! Oh my!
Horrifying. Horrifying. Now, an oil tanker was struck in the Strait of Hormuz and is currently sinking. You can see
That's
it right there. The
Iranians
struck the ship.
attack that ship. That's their own.
Right there. We have more footage of the ship sinking. Right here. The ship was struck in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, next up, we have more interceptions that are underway in Dubai. Let's go full screen. Right there. Missiles are up. You can hear explosions. Interceptions are underway from U.S. Patriot right there. You can hear the explosions from the impact as the interceptors attempt to move. And now right here, we have footage released by the military. A barrage of cruise missiles. Two are in the air. Third cruise missile is up. Fourth cruise missile is up. Fifth, we now have 5 cruise missiles that are in the air. Six cruise missiles. How many we got total? Seven missiles. Cruise missiles are coming in. 8. So that is footage filmed from a United States warship in the region, just obliterating targets with cruise missile strikes. All right, so as of me filming this on March 1st, the Iranian Navy has been destroyed. It is gutted. It is sinking. It is at the bottom of the sea. We have airstrikes that continue to hammer targets across Iran. Cruise missiles are in the air. Interceptors are in the air. The war rages on, is brutal and violent as it has been at any point, and you can guarantee it will only continue from here. I will continue to monitor the situation to the best of my ability and
Oh, this one's good. Hello. This one's quick and funny. Okay? Quick and funny. Or quick and deranged, depending on how you're asking. How hard is it to say the line, Rev? Desu? If that's what you're referring to, I said that earlier. That was a goal and we smashed it. Okay, I want to quickly talk about this. I saw this. This was rather shocking. And by shocking, I mean not shocking at all, given the current states of the Twitter sphere. Yes, it's Kitsu. I know some people are fans of Kitsu in here. Kitsu is in some trouble. Kitsu, in my opinion, is paying the fair price of her crimes. She's getting exactly what she deserved. You know, she's reacted to some of my videos. I always appreciate that. But she did something that went too far. And I'm going to show you the tweet. Brace yourselves, okay? I got a female Charmander. Hold up. Get her. Get her butts, boys. Sicker. This is what is going to produce harassment.
I think you don't want to watch that yet. Let's check out this one.
Welcome in, everyone. I hope you guys are doing great wherever you're watching from today. I'm filming this on the night of March 1st, and we have a horrifying situation unfolding as Iran rains down ballistic missiles on Israel, including more powerful missiles than we've seen them use before. They have scored direct hits. It is a horrible situation on the ground. The video footage is terrifying. As this is happening, we also have more footage of strikes that have been carried out against Iranian targets inside Iran. This situation is getting insanely violent, insanely crazy. I'm going to break it down, show you guys all the footage. Before we get into it, as always, please make sure to like and subscribe. Totally free. Cost you guys absolutely nothing at all. Huge boost to the channel. Comment with your thoughts below. How should the Israelis respond to their cities being bombed with direct hits from ballistic missiles? What is the next stage of the war? Let me know in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XDHookstead. That's where you can find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Reach out with whatever you got. Now, let's get into it. I'm going to put this up on the screen for you. This says, Iran is targeting Israel with ballistic missiles armed with cluster munitions. That means they drop out everywhere. It is a brutal and devastating weapon. It is a horrifying weapon. It kills indiscriminately instead of a precision strike. And that is now what the Iranians are launching at Israel. Let's go full screen. Right there. You can see the missiles coming in. You can hear hits. Air defenses are roaring, try to shoot them down. Unbelievable footage. You could hear a kid crying out for his mother. Absolutely terrifying. I'm going to freeze it right there. Look at that night sky. Look at the night sky and look at how many missiles are raining down on Israel at this very moment. Furthermore, an Iranian ballistic missile scores a direct hit in Jerusalem as a massive barrage of missiles targets Israel's capital.
I mean, they're still intercepting, like, I think 80%. 75-80% of the missiles coming through.
Receptions.
Oh my God. It's crazy, but still. That one made it.
Right there, direct hit. Direct hit.
That was fast.
Sounds like we might have multiple direct hits. We have more. Air defenses are up.
Yo! No way!
That was really close.
No way! No way!
The interceptors are going up.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
You can see smoke. I'll freeze it right there. You can see smoke on the ground. Massive fireball smoke.
Holy
bro, we felt the heat from that.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Here, we'll rewind it. You can see the impact. Here it comes. Look at that. So I just paused it right there. That is the moment of impact in
Probably
Jerusalem
closest I've
as a
seen.
massive Iranian ballistic missile has a direct hit. Listen to how loud that is. And then immediately multiple interceptors are coming up right there. That's what you see.
Somebody's
Unreal.
got Diva mad.
And then here we go. More footage as the Iranians rain down the missiles.
Whoa.
Right here. Here we go. Missiles are inbound.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Chaniela Harbe. Oy, oy, oy.
Unbelievable.
All like that.
Ken.
And it appears they've been intercepted and we're breaking up. Absolutely shocking footage. We have more footage of interceptions underway right here. Right there. That is an Iranian ballistic missile that has been intercepted. And then here, these are now strikes that were conducted against the Iranian regime headquarters. Let's watch.
Oh, yeah, this is crazy. There's like 8 bombs that you see.
Massive explosions.
Can't even see them explode because
Smoke and fire
how
everywhere.
much smoke is already like.
You can hear fighter
In the
jets
area.
in the air. You can hear fighter jets roaring. I've never seen anything like it. Here we go. More explosions in Iran. You can see fire, smoke, multiple areas.
Yeah, I could use them with a soda, but
Unreal. Here we go. More explosions. Right there. Target hit. Unbelievable. Look at, we got more fighter jets, bombs hit. We got fighter jets in the air. Holy
look at that
cow.
smoke rolling.
Holy cow. Unbelievable. And then right here, I'm going to put this on the screen. More footage of Tehran.
Yeah, baby.
Unreal.
What are you doing,
You can literally see the bombs as they're coming in. Two more.
Hi, baby.
Right there. Right there. You see the explosion, bottom of the screen.
You heard that, Dada, didn't you?
They are getting rocked.
Yeah.
The United States and Israel have taken control of the air. Their planes are flying with zero resistance.
No.
And then right here, secondary explosions seen at Erbil International Airport in northern Iraq. Massive explosions after the Iranians bombed it. Unbelievable. And then right here,
Blair Station.
we have footage of an
Like a pink
Israeli
flare came
or
off.
U.S. drone that has been shot down by the Iranians. I'm going to go full screen. I'm going to warn you ahead of time. This guy's pretty loud screaming, but you're going to see it go down and explode.
Yeah.
Right there. That is a U.S. or Israeli drone. We don't know which. Down. It has been shot down. Air defenses, Iran's air defenses took massive explosions.
Yeesh.
Okay, I don't want to listen to that guy scream.
Yeah,
It's
these
insane.
up
Footage of
our
an Israeli Air Force
crazies.
airstrike targeting an Iranian
Detailed
missile
that
launcher
is.
near
That image is
Tehran today.
crazy.
Here we go, right there.
They used to be
Completely blown
so
up.
blurry and so like
So they are rocking Iran's air defenses, hitting them with everything they've got.
and their
to make
ballistic
sure the
missile
skies
trucks.
stay
I don't know if
clear
that was that might have been
US
air
fighter
defense.
jets and Israeli jets. And then right here says this comes from CENTCOM. The Iranian regime's reckless use and proliferation of ballistic missiles have been a dangerous threat for decades. Now, at the president's direction, U.S. forces are eliminating that threat. So this is an airstrike right there on a ballistic missile site, a ballistic missile
Good.
launcher. Second
There's a
strike
launcher.
right here. Absolutely
Yeah,
hitting
destroyed that
vaporized.
launcher. That's the same.
Hit it again. And then hit it again.
Double whammy.
All right. I'm going to pull this off the screen. So as of me filming this on the night of March 1st, these are the updates with the war. Iran is
Israel's still doing pretty
down
good with
ballistic missiles on Israel.
defense
The air
on
defenses
missiles,
are
though.
roaring.
They're about
Iran has scored
85%
direct hits,
interception
resulting
rate.
in a horrific level of damage and chaos. At the same time, the United States and Israel continue to conduct airstrikes on Iranian targets, on regime targets. This situation is far from over. It is going to get more violent before it gets less violent. That's a guarantee you can take to the bank. I'm here to watch it. I will continue to give you guys updates. Please make sure to like and subscribe. And as always, get in the comments. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Thank you for watching. I'll see y'all next time.
What's okay?
All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I am Andy Mack. 36
I'm okay right now.
launched that.
Let's go,
Is he running Diablo?
Number 19.
Warlock, High Rune, Hunting, Leveling.
I'm gonna keep Diablo forever, and
I should
Smith.
Diablo 2 again. Kind of feel like playing it. Not gonna lie.
You guys are the best.
Jack's playing a clone now. The Diablo clone.
Excited to see what we have in store. Hopefully we get some good stuff today, but today we got to walk. Now that you're 99, you can finally play the game, right? That's what I've been saying. Nice, Nas. You think you're folding from trying to reach 99? You got 94 for a moment. You were top 1,000. Speeder never did anything like in the ladder. I think I can continue the grind. Nas, if you are at 94 and the grind feels like you don't think you can continue, don't continue. Because it will only get much worse from here. Now, if you just want to like play along, right? Like just hang out and play. Then like just hang out and play, you know?
Uh-oh. Oh.
But like that's down, so I can just come in and just selling. You have SOJ. We are at Terror Spreads. I don't think so great. So, here's what you need to do. Go to North America. Get your ladder character and sit in a game. Ladder Softcore North America, okay? Sit in a game. You can type /Uber Diablo and see what the current status is. I believe we're at 4 out of 6 for Terror Spreads. A hell game, yes. And then you just wait. If you have an SOJ and you want to contribute to this, you can go sell one of your SOJs to the vendor.
Moo. Clone is about to be so fun.
And make sure the game has a password so people don't come in and scoop it.
Good to see you.
Own assistance.
I make a game how long with the game through the lobby. You have a secure but easy game. Sure.
level restrictions.
With your new Annie. Where's Annie? Jack was talking
There
about
is
an Annie.
D2R
What's
clone
Annie?
assistance right here. People in that or to me. This word. On the trusted list, so that is your own on everything. Again, here is the rule.
Moo.
Okay. We can find, you can give us the game name and password. There'll be friendly joins, people can come in and just find where it was that you spawned. Thank you, Kiro, Sajman. Dum, dum, bum, 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 bum. I could list those out somewhere. Binary. If you want to fight yourself, I recommend Eldritch, but you can go and you can just shop an item that has Prevent Monster Heal. Then all you do is take this item, hit Diablo Clone with it, make sure he physically gets hit with it one time, and then leave a portal up next to him so that when you go to town and heal and stuff, it doesn't go away. And he will not heal for the rest of time. Any item you have that says Prevent Monster Heal will work. You just have to have it on and physically hit him. I don't know if it'll work. Probably not with Echoing Strike. I doubt it applies PVM. But Mirrored Blades would, Cleave would, like the other ones will. You can also literally just do a straight up normal attack. It may take a few times. I don't ignore Warren sometimes. Echoing Strike does apply PMH. So many good zones back to back.
Thank you for selling so many of your Sojays, Mr. Llama, and contributing back to the community.
You're welcome. Here's where I would sell my SOJ. If I had one. I found one on non-ladder, actually. Clone's not up yet. Hey, Maddox Ire. Let's go, baby. I want to trade Jaw for your SOJ. Let me see if I have a Jaw. I do not. I've got pull for it, though.
Moo.
Diablo.
All good.
Really good. Small charm.
Just always gonna happen. Can't avoid it. Did America's go again?
Well,
If you're AFK, there it is if you want it.
So what do you get? And a charm?
Moo.
Thanks for the hours of.
We're gonna do a giveaway in the chat for an Annie. For those that missed, do a giveaway. Thank you.
And
All right, we
small
will
charm. Okay.
auction.
I remember that now. Okay, set back up. I don't think I ever got that far enough in Diablo 2 to get an Annihilus charm. My baby.
People don't like the video game.
I mean,
I mean, when all you talk about, okay, and I'm not saying anything, okay? I'm just
usually complaining about immigrants, okay? Like, it has nothing to do with World of Warcraft.
Well,
like, but yes,
I'm just
besides
saying
that.
the topics that you talk about are they spike the chemicals in your brain harder than WoW.
They're like,
So
cortisol,
yeah, that's true.
cortisol heavy topics.
No, I mean, not just cortisol, but like, I mean, people want to hear how bad the other side is. So that, it's dopamine and
Yeah.
all the other shit.
I mean, I guess that's probably true. I mean, it's probably true to an extent. Like, good job. Who is it?
Yeah,
Who is it that
that's
fucked
why
up this time?
I didn't do that
It was
shit.
actually, honestly, it was Loy, but it's not even Loy's fault. I'm gonna pull these just so we only have one pull left after this.
Eric still plays.
Eric the Cleric?
Yeah, he plays TBC.
I feel like everybody still plays like TBC. Like it's like, how much of TBC did you play?
I got to level 67 and then I quit.
Why'd you quit?
I just don't like seal twisting. I think anybody that
stupid.
I think anybody that likes seal
found is
twisting,
wrong.
there's something.
I don't know what's wrong with him. Yeah, it's like I've seen it, and it's just like I don't see how it's like fun to do at all.
No, it's bad.
Oh, there's 2 packs I have to do. Yeah, let's just get the other pack too anyway.
Let's see what Bob has to say.
I think
teaching a false gospel, Bob.
I'm not interested in debating you on that topic, but if you want to debate like Christian nationalism, I'll debate you on that because I think you spoke against Christian nationalism.
I didn't actually. Where'd you get that from?
Well, maybe I misunderstood you then. I watched the video in which I thought you were speaking
Christian nationalism that you represent.
Right, would you like to debate that then?
No, we've got to start asking.
No, I'm not interested in that debate.
Let me finish my
No,
sentence.
I'm not interested in that debate.
Let me finish my sentence.
I'm not interested in that debate.
You don't know what you're not interested in because you don't know
I'm not
anything.
interested in your debate about the
Well, if
gospel
you
or
can't
anything of
decide
that.
what
You tried to
Christianity
dox
is,
my
you
family.
can't-
You tried to
I did
endanger
nothing
my.
to
You
dox
tried
you.
to
I did nothing to
endanger.
dox you. That's not nice,
You
man.
tried to endanger
You can't
my
be doxing him. No,
my
this is- I
family,
didn't
and you
dox him.
put women
I
and
didn't dox him.
children. You wanted to put women and children in danger because of your own ego. Yeah, he's. I mean, he is a Christian, but he's a sectarian.
This man does
You
not
know.
believe the Bible.
Can you prove that statement?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, prove it.
The Bible says the just shall live by faith.
Yeah.
That means we're saved by faith alone.
Can
in
you
Jesus
prove where I
Christ alone.
denied that?
I've
Can you
asked
show
that-
where I
asked you
deny that?
before, and you call me a pompous ass, so I presume
That-
that is a denial.
but no,
Bob.
that's your assertion.
Okay, so why did you call me a pompous
That's it,
ass?
because you are a pompous ass, and you
Thank you very
behave
much,
like a
Bob.
pompous ass, like you're behaving right now.
man
You
is
have
violent.
made the accusation.
okay.
You have made the accusation that I don't believe the Bible says that the justified shall live by faith. Where is your evidence to that claim, please?
Well, let's answer the question.
No, I'm not
now.
doing interrogations.
No.
You've
I'm
made an
asking you one
accusation.
question. It's not
No,
an
we're not. No, I'm not
interrogation.
answering
I'm asking
any
him a
questions. I'm not
I'm
answering
asking him
any
one
questions.
question.
No, I'm not answering any questions.
Okay,
He
this
has
is
made.
not an
He has
interrogation.
made
Do I
an
look like a torturer?
accusation.
Do I look like a
If I
torturer?
make an if I make an accusation,
Have you seen a man that's
do I
fighting
have
in
to
his own
do I
eyes?
have
So
to
he's
make
more like a
demon?
fool
Do I have to
than
provide
him.
evidence?
You have to.
Yeah.
Yes. When I debate the Muslims and I say Muhammad's a paedophile, do I bring out evidence?
You do.
Right. If he says that I don't believe in the Bible, is it incumbent upon him to bring out the evidence?
It is. Yes.
Right, so bring out your evidence. You've made the accusation, bring out the evidence.
Speak, Bob.
You can speak, but I'm not interested in answering any questions. I want to see the evidence.
Have you seen a man that's
Go on.
fighting in his own eyes?
How you doing? You all right?
Iran's going to be free.
Yeah, Iran is going to be free. Thanks be to God. We're not doing questions.
Do you believe
We're
in
not doing
justification by
questions.
faith alone?
Where is your evidence to
okay.
your
So
accusation?
you know that
Where
I've watched a lot of
is
this-
your evidence to
I'm
the
asking you a
accusation?
question, Bob.
Which video? which
I'm asking you a
article,
question.
which tweet. I said to you, I'm not doing any questions with you. None, zero, nada, nothing, you pompous ass. You made the accusation, you clown. Now provide the evidence, you pompous ass.
Okay.
That's fair, Uncle. Provide the
Okay,
evidence.
go on.
You're going to publish this as well because you're an abuser
Yes,
as
yes,
well.
it's
so-
live,
Yeah.
It's live.
I want to ask you one question.
No, we're
Bob.
not doing
I want to
questions.
ask one question.
What is your evidence
You're asking me
to
a question.
your
What
accusation?
gives you the right
Because
to ask me
you
a
have
question?
made
Just
an
rolled over.
accusation.
Right, okay.
Because you have made an accusation, you idiot. You have said
Okay.
with your own lips
shouting.
that I do
Stop
not
shouting,
believe in the
Bob. You don't-
Bible.
Okay.
Now
You don't
provide
shout.
your evidence
Yeah,
that I
exactly.
don't believe in the Bible. Don't ask any questions.
No wonder he's
the
upset.
accusation has been made. The evidence
His old head
must
thinking
follow.
he's right.
Okay, I'm going to ask you one question.
No questions. Where's your evidence?
No. Okay.
We're going to see that he's got no evidence. No evidence.
Okay. Bob, why did you call me a pompous ass?
Because you behave like a pompous ass.
Why did you call me a clown?
Because you behave like a clown.
Why did you threaten me the other day?
Nobody threatened you.
Oh, right, okay. This
When?
Man is fine.
Where is your evidence? Where is your evidence?
Provide video evidence.
Okay.
Video
It is a
evidence.
clown.
Where's the evidence I
It's
threaten
all
you?
there on your channel, Bob.
Where?
All
Well,
there
good,
on your
good.
channel.
Go to
Okay.
which
You
channel
go-
is my channel? Which channel?
Revelations,
Which channel is my channel? Can you even
okay.
identify my channel?
I can find at least 3 channels
Which
on YouTube.
right?
What's
Which
your
one's
channel?
mine? Which
Okay.
one's mine?
Okay, Bob.
Right, so he doesn't know what channel, but he has claimed that it is all on my
He
channel,
said that.
but he can't identify which channel is mine.
This is not a wise man. This is not a wise
Come on,
man.
Uncle, be fair.
Okay, Bob, do you...
Where is your evidence to any of your accusations?
tongue, sir.
Where have you said, where is your evidence that I threaten you? Where is the evidence?
Yes.
It's all online.
Where?
Where?
Which video? Pull it up.
Which channel?
Come back when you've got your evidence. Come back next week when you've got your evidence.
Bob, you...
Come back next week when you've got your
Bob,
evidence.
shut up, will you?
Come back next week when
Will
you've
you
got your
just
evidence.
shut- Will you just close your
Come back
mouth for
next
once
week
and listen to
when you've
somebody else
got your
speak
evidence.
and have a proper
Come back
conversation.
next week when you've got your
Bob,
evidence.
you're a bad man, you know that.
Come back
You're a
next week when
psychopath.
you've got your evidence. What does the Bible say
You
about
behave
what
like a
does the Bible
psychopath.
say about bearing false witness?
Okay.
What does the Bible say about bearing
You're a
false
liar,
witness?
Bob.
Yeah.
What does the
You're a
Bible
liar.
say about
You're a
bearing
liar.
false witness?
You're a liar.
You have lied and you have provided no evidence. You have lied to people
Yada,
and you
yada,
have
yada.
said
Yada,
that I
yada,
don't
yada.
believe in the Bible. Provide your
thug, Bob.
evidence. You've said that I'm a thug. Provide your evidence.
Okay.
You've said that I threatened you. Provide your evidence.
Okay.
I don't need to engage with you
Okay.
if you haven't got any evidence.
Okay,
When
so
you've got
Bob
the evidence,
threatened
we
me
can
when
talk.
Nobody was filming, okay?
Oh, convenient.
Okay.
Convenient.
Yeah, very convenient for
When?
Okay.
When?
This is a reasonable man, a Christian.
Right,
We're
I'll
talking
let him
about
have his speech.
justification by
I'll have it in
faith.
his speech.
Do you believe in justification by faith?
We're not doing an interrogation. I do not
This man-
answer
you will
questions
not
from
find
you.
Any man ever, this man ever saying that he believes in justification
Where is
by
your
faith.
evidence?
Ask him if he believes in justification
Evidence.
by faith.
Evidence to your accusations. Evidence to your accusations, please. Where is your evidence? Where is your evidence to your boring accusations? Where is your evidence? Where is your evidence? Where? Which one's my channel?
You tell me.
What's my channel called? What's the name of my channel?
Bob the Builder, I think.
Right. So
Well,
which?
Bob, because you've got at least 3
Right.
channels.
So he's not even got. He's not even got the name. I've
Okay.
at least got 3 channels.
Okay.
Which
right.
are my 3
This isn't a
channels?
discussion.
You are
Okay.
literally making things up.
Justification by faith
You are
is the only way
literally
of
making
salvation.
things up.
No, I've never
You're
heard Bob. I've listened to
literally
hundreds of
making
hours of
things up.
Bob's
This is
nonsense,
the
and he
kind of
never
problem with
preaches the gospel.
sectarians.
I love the
is
gospel.
that they think
I
that
love
because
Jesus
they're
Christ and my
preaching the
sins are forgiven.
gospel,
And you
that
can see now that
allows
Bob is
them to
not
do
preaching the gospel.
whatever they want.
False teachers need to be
Basically,
exposed for who they are.
so he can
This
come
is
and
not
lie, he
Christian
provides
behaviour.
no evidence,
This is,
and he thinks that
this is a
because he's
behaviour of a
talking
man who
about
is born
salvation
because
by
he won't-
faith, that means all of his unethical behaviour is permitted. This man put out a public request on his channel asking for my real name. Why would he do that?
I want to dox you.
He wanted to dox me. Why would you do
Why
that?
would you do that? It's late.
Why would you do that? You know, it was quite some time ago. It's quite some time. Are you, no one said that you doxed me. But you wanted my real name. Why did you want my real name? What were you going to do that? No, you didn't ask me. You put it on your channel as a post, did you not? Did you or did you not put it out as a post?
No, I didn't. I put it on his channel as a post.
Thank you. So he's admitted that he's tried to get my real name.
My name is David.
He's tried to get my real name. Now, why would he want to do that? Why would he want to do that?
What is your name, Bob?
He would want. I'll tell you
is
why he
your
wants
name,
to do
Bob?
that.
What is your
I'll
name?
tell you why he wants to do that. Because he doesn't care about who he endangers. He feels so self-righteous and so self-justified because he's preaching the gospel of faith.
Which you don't preach.
Right? That means that he can do anything he wants in his own eyes. Let me ask all of his evangelical flannel, right? Do they agree with that kind of behavior? Endangering women, endangering children, endangering my family by seeking information, seeking personal information. And to do what with it? What was he going to do with it?
Hey, people ask me my name all the time, and I
What
tell
was he
them my
going to
name's
do with
David
it?
Macarus.
No, I'll tell you what he was going to do with it. He was going to use it. He was going to use it publicly, and he was going to use it despite the fact that he should know that it would have endangered my family. This is evangelical flannel. Now let me be clear to all my evangelical brothers. I do not blame you for this kind of pompous ass behavior. I don't blame you for that kind of idiotic behavior. He is a bad example of an evangelical. Ladies and gentlemen, a bad example of an evangelical. How you doing, Steve? Ash, would you like to talk?
What happened to the spoon?
Now.
Hey, you.
That's mine.
Hey, you.
That's mine.
Hey, that's you guys. Hey, that's you guys. Whoop. Oh. Here you go. Your spoon. Your spoon. Okay. Raise it. Raise it. Hang out. Chill with me, lady. No, you can't have this paper towel. Let's see. Are there any attacks going on yet?
So N12 News says that there were new launches from Lebanon, presumably by Hezbollah, but that the reason there were no alerts is because they did not reach populated areas. So there were no alerts sounded. One report said 3 new rockets were launched by Hezbollah.
Hi, Boba. Careful. So keep that open. Just keep it up. See what's happening. Where you did the missile. Believe we already did the missile. No, that's what
Now, I got to show you the responses. The responses are absolute cinema. All right, so this is Mehdi Hassan. Again, it's all the Hassans, the Ahmeds, the Mohammeds. They're all really mad about this, right? As beacons of Western Christianity and civilization. I'm really, really glad that we can have these people talk on our behalf. So Mehdi Hassan says, "Oh, it's an illegal attack. An illegal attack, guys. There was no evidence that Iran was about to strike Israel or about to acquire nukes. By the way, there is actually evidence that they are working on nukes. Maybe not about to acquire nukes, but why wait? Why wait? They're middle of massacring tens of thousands of their own people. We know that they're planning on making nukes to kill us. Why wait? Anyway, there's zero justification under international law for Israel bombing Iran. First of all, we also bombed Iran. All right, we deserve credit here too. It wasn't just Israel. This was a team effort. I think this is super important. No one cares about international law. International law is fake and it's gay. All right. Where was international law when Iran massacred 30,000 of their own people? Where was international law when Iran got Hezbollah terrorists to attack our Marines in Beirut? All right. Where was international law when Iran got Hamas to attack Israel and rape thousands of women or whatever the hell they were doing there and take hostages and start a war over there? Where was international law when Iran bombed 7 neighboring countries for no reason today? Where was international law when Gondor fell? I've noticed that international law only exists so that the weak, pathetic, inbred retards could cry and scream when based people with big balls drop bombs on their head. I've noticed that it's basically become a crutch for the third world because, unfortunately, they are too busy having sex with goats and they have not yet figured out the ability to wage war on a modern playing field. Next, you're being Islamophobic and racist. I will stop the moment they stop having sex with their cousins. I'm a fair man. And also just the irony of there's zero evidence Iran was about to strike Israel. Dude, Iran's been attacking Israel for like the last 46 years. Okay, you can shut the fuck up. Anyway, this is amazing. Donald Trump should be impeached. Impeached for a third time. Oh no, why is this happening? Well, that's because it's because schools are getting blown up by their own missiles. What he has done tonight is illegal. It's illegal. No, not something illegal, says Mehdi Hassan, terrorist supporter, pro-Hamas. Mehdi Hassan, Ayatollah Khomeini, no, no, leave my Islamic terrorists alone. It's unbelievable that we let these parasites into our countries, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, very much
Hassan,
so.
This tweet's incredible. I love it so much. I'm so happy he made this tweet.
Unbelievable.
If there's any terrorism that happens on U.S. soil now, you will never be able to convince me nor millions of other Americans that it wasn't Israel and America. What? Conducting it together to rally the masses support an insanely unpopular war? Dude, the war is over. the war ended the moment it started, okay? I don't know if you got the memo. We don't need to convince people. All right, first of all, this war is not insanely unpopular. According to polling, it has about a 50-50 split in regards to its popularity. And that includes 50% of people that are just completely and utterly, politically retarded that don't understand that bombing Iran is literally in America's own interest. Not only has Iran been killing us, attacking us, threatening us, talking about developing nukes to kill us, but crippling Iran also is the most America first policy in the world.
No, we're not
if you want to cut off
crippling,
China
we're
from
eliminating
invading Taiwan, and if you want to cut off Russia from invading Ukraine, and so we could stop funding all these infinite wars, because Iran is the oil factory, and their oil is what basically keeps China operational, fighting us in this AI race, and it also is the oil, and it produces the Shahed drones that Russia has been using against Ukraine, and a war that we've also been funding, giving hundreds of billions of dollars to. Now, again, the geopolitics of all this is probably very lost on the average person who's retarded, which makes sense. I mean, they are retarded after all, a lot of them. They're taught to be retarded in schools. So. It's not even their own fault half the time. So, first of all, not an insanely unpopular war. Second of all, a lot of people don't understand the geopolitical magnitude of all of this. And third of all, Hassan is literally calling for terrorism in the United States and talk about how he's going to blame Israel and America instead of blaming the actual terrorists. Are you insane? We had an open border. We have Islamists in our country that quite literally talk about death to America and how they plan on doing this, and they want to do more October 7th, except this time in America. They openly chant and yell this stuff on our streets. Why would America want to make a terrorist attack on our own turf? Like, to convince people to join a war? The war's over, bro. You're going to see. It's exactly going the way I said. Donald Trump is going to talk publicly about make a deal, while he amasses his forces there. Poof, he's going to obliterate the supreme leader, gather another El Presidente to his collection, and we move on with life. All right? Hassan just wants terrorist attacks in America, and he's already paving the way to call us false flags and blame it on America instead of actually blame it on the Islamic terrorists that quite literally chant death to America. They want to kill us. No one is surprised here, but this is fucking insane. This is a delusional take even for you. No, it really is. It's complete insanity that we have people like this. He's our largest leftist political streamer in America, by the way. Truly insane. Hassan Dog Shiker. Shaker Piker. All right, this is amazing, dude. So this guy has been fighting about how we need to bomb Israel because of what's happening in Gaza, okay? All right, he's like free Palestine, even though Iranian people are suffering so much worse than the Palestinians who, let me remind you, started a war and lost miserably. In fact, I would say that October 7th, when Gaza decided to attack Israel on October 7th, it was probably the worst military miscalculation in the history of the world. It wound up with Hamas getting obliterated, Hezbollah getting obliterated, the Houthis getting obliterated, Iran getting obliterated. So Hassan says there's no such thing as a preemptive strike. Geopolitical expert Hassan Dog Shocker Piker over here, terrorist supporter Piker. Here, America deserved 9/11 Piker. He's really dropping some real truth bombs. No such thing as a preemptive strike. Israel is striking Iran in spite of the negotiations. What? What are you even talking about? The negotiations failed. There are no negotiations. Trump just said negotiations because he kind of wanted to blindside them and obliterate their fucking faces because they refused to actually follow literally any deal they've ever made. That Oman mediator tried to publicize in the U.S. media to avoid this outcome. Little did they know Israel gets what it desires, even if it collapses the West. You really think destroying a terrorist regime over 72 hours is going to collapse the West? You really think destroying a terrorist regime that, by the way, is killing us as it stands, all right, by flooding our countries with retards, okay? You really think that obliterating them in 72 hours? Because I'm telling you, man, this war is going to be like a week long. It's going to be hitting some pinpoint strikes. We're not going to have boots on the ground, and we're going to tie it up in a nice little bow with a dead fucking terrorist on the top of it. All right, Ahmed, the dead terrorist, sitting on top of a nice little casket in a bow, his remains delivered to Donald Trump. You're not ready, bro. This dude's crying and coping because he supports Islamic terrorism. That's why he's screaming and yelling. Okay? It's because he hates the West. He's trying to collapse the West. For the record, there is no other interpretation. It's the only interpretation. In between electrocuting his dog and allegedly raping 15-year-olds in a brothel in Germany, this dude goes out there and sucks the dick of Islamic terrorism on his stream all day, every single day, where he fights against our immigration policies to import as many of these retards as he possibly can. All right? There's no such thing as a preemptive strike. My guy, they have been waging war on us as in, by the way, the Western world for the last 47 years. Unbelievable that this roach has the gall to state his opinions here. So the Israel War Room, dude, I don't know who's running this account, man. The Israel War Room responded with Hassan with this gif. This gif of Zohran Mamdani crying. Zohran Mamdani was briefed by Twitter about this strike. Super important. So notice this is an incredible statement. Today's military strikes on Iran carried out by the United States and Israel. By the way, you can see the M dashes. So this was written by ChatGPT. He didn't write this himself. Mark a catastrophic escalation in an illegal war of aggression. No, bombing cities, killing civilians. Dog. You had nothing to say about Iran massacring 30,000+ of their own people, but now you care about killing civilians? He had zero condemnation for Hamas killing civilians, but now killing civilians is a bad thing? Opening a new theater of war. Americans do not want this. And then he does this whole thing talking about additionally I want to speak to Iranian New Yorkers. You are part of the fabric of the city. You are our neighbors, small business owners, students, artists, workers, and community leaders. You will be safe here. My guy, the Iranian people overwhelmingly want this. Like, are you insane? The Iranian people have been begging Trump to do this, as I will show you later in the video. But it's unbelievable watching these retards try to make believe that they're speaking on behalf of the oppressed Iranians. The Iranians are oppressed by the people that we are removing right now. These people, and here's the thing, there's no way he doesn't know better. He absolutely knows better. This dude, Jeffrey Epstein was his father, probably. There's no way he didn't know this. Like, come on, dude, are you serious? Now, he's literally saying this to lie to the American people that are retarded. All right, that's literally why he's doing this. So Sneeko, all right, another Islamist in America that's convincing people he's based. Iran is not our enemy. Yeah, they are. they chant death to America. They want to kill us. They directly state that they want to bomb us.
Hey,
They tried
that's
to
my
assassinate
microphone.
Trump a couple of times. They say they want to do it again. Like, are we serious, dude? What are we talking about? Khomeini is not in the Epstein files.
Oh, okay.
Sneeko with the good take. All right, now he did say this though: female prisoners who are virgins must be raped before execution to prevent them from entering heaven. All right, that is something that he did say. All right, but he wasn't on the Epstein files. Now, one of the reasons for this is actually because he lowered the age of consent to 13 in Iran. That's right, they are marrying children on an industrial scale over there because, well, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, married a kid, a 6-year-old kid. So obviously they want to emulate their guy. It's legal to marry a 9-year-old in Iran, by the way, for those of you that are unaware. So yeah, no, he wasn't on the Epstein file because they just legalized that shit. This is incredible. They strike during the holy month of Ramadan specifically to demoralize the Ummah when we're united. Everything they accuse the Muslim of is actually being done by the Jewish supremacists of the U.S. and Israel. So why didn't you say a single word when Pakistan and Afghanistan are bombing each other during the month of Ramadan? Yeah, it's a great question, Mr. Sneeko. For those of you that are unaware, there's currently a giant war going on that's literally not even covered in the news because when Muslims kill Muslims, it's not news. Where apparently Afghanistan and Pakistan are bombing the shit out of each other. There'll probably be a video tomorrow because I think it's a very entertaining situation. Obviously not for the people dying, but for me as an onlooker. Suicide bombing in an age where drones exist. Pure love of the game. You have to have respect for the dedication. Afghanistan announces they will be using suicide bomber battalions. Dude, it's honestly incredible stuff. Like, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen. Anyway,
Of course they will be.
Anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is there's a massive war going on between Pakistan and Afghanistan on Ramadan, literally not even in the news. No one cares. And it's sad because, innocent people are going to end up dying over this shit. And it's heartbreaking, but, no one cares. Also, let's not forget that Muslims attack during holy days of other religions every single time they attack. All right, let's not forget. October 7th was a Jewish holiday. All right, the Yom Kippur War, which they started, was Yom Kippur, a Jewish holiday. And let's not forget that they literally plan Islamic attacks throughout the Western world every single Christmas and New Year's. All right, an ISIS plot in Dearborn, Michigan was foiled this Halloween because it's a holiday that they didn't like. Right? Literally, Christmas markets are killing sprees in Germany and in England and in France and in Italy and in Spain. Why? It's so weird. It's because they attack us during these days. And I just want to make this clear. It's not only Ramadan.
Yeah.
Today. Right? Today is not just Ramadan. Today, actually, according to the Islamic calendar, is literally, not exaggerating, the 11th day of the 9th month. It is quite literally Muslim 9/11. I'm not even kidding. You could look it up. It's truly cinema. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. The numerology is off the charts of this one. I'm not even going to lie. All right, the 47th president of the United States attacked the Iran regime in his 47th year of terrorizing the Iranian people. 47 days into the Iranian protests. I'm not going to lie. It's insane. It's actually crazy. All right, the Jewish holiday of Purim starts in like 2 days. Purim is a Jewish holiday celebrating freeing the Iranians. I'm not even kidding. Freeing the Persians from an absolute monster that was usurping the kingdom. Not even kidding. That's literally the Jewish holiday.
Oh, no.
Well,
not gonna lie, it's insane. It's actually crazy. All right, the Jewish holiday of Purim starts in like 2 days. Purim is a Jewish holiday celebrating freeing the Iranians. I'm not even kidding. Freeing the Persians from an absolute monster that was usurping the kingdom. Not even kidding. That's literally the Jewish holiday. Like it's like everything's clicking in place in order for the retards to die. It's pretty nice. So Candace Owens, another retard, says no one should have to sign up for the United States military out of those who do not wish to join the IDF. Go home and defend your neighborhoods instead. All right, demoralize our troops. Good call. Let the Mark Levins and Ben Shapiros send their offspring instead, dude. This it's unbelievable that we're still calling this like a war for Israel. Yes, it's good for Israel when bad people that want to kill them die, just like it's good for us when bad people that want to kill us die, just like it's good for the Iranians when bad people that want to kill them die. This is just a good thing for like literally all the good guys. It's unbelievable. We are an occupied nation. This is why Charlie was murdered. Like, are you serious? What do you mean? This is why Charlie was murdered? Like this is like an actual. You think Charlie Kirk was murdered because that'll enable us to go to war with Iran? Like, are you insane? He supported the war with Iran.
Yeah,
what
so
are we talking
we're a little
about?
safe, though.
All right, Jake Shields, another retard. At this point, I'm hoping Iran has a nuclear missile.
crazy.
This dude wants Iran
That's
to nuke us
crazy.
to own the Jews. I'm not even kidding. Like, these people are actually fucking
Yep.
retarded. Ilhan Omar says, Iraq was attacked by the U.S. during Ramadan, and it's sickening to know that the U.S. is attacking Iran during Ramadan. The U.S. apparently loves to strike Muslim countries during Ramadan. I am convinced it isn't about what these countries have done to violate international law, but about who they worship. That's
You're
right.
so stupid.
It's totally Islamophobic to attack a terrorist regime that's massacring their own people by the tens of thousands, that have started dozens of illegal wars throughout all of the Middle East, killing thousands of Americans and other innocent people between in Israel and Syria, in Lebanon. It's unbelievable that this is a real thing. They've killed people in Yemen. They've killed people in Palestine. I thought you cared about Palestine. Not anymore. The Iraq invasion started March 20, 2003. The major combat operations were declared on May 1st, months before Ramadan that year. So that's awkward. So it turns out, no, the Iraq war didn't start on Ramadan. That's awkward. Surveys also show that in Iran, only 37% of the population is Muslim. The rest are literally just occupied by these Islamic gangsters and terrorists. It's kind of crazy how this keeps happening. So anyway, Ilhan Omar, once again, a supporter of the Islamic terrorist regime that massacred over 30,000 people. Very cool. Ilhan, just for your information, we Iranians don't give a shit about Ramadan. I'm having lunch right now. We are waiting for the U.S. to attack and overthrow your friend, the Ayatollah. Absolute fucking cinema. It's crazy, dude. These people are crying. It's unbelievable that we have these retards in our country, man. We got to deport all these fucks. Hitler was a pretty bad guy, but that doesn't justify breaking international law and supporting a major escalation. Many people
You
today,
gonna go on the
in
floor, brother, or you
1939
gotta stay up
I'm
here?
telling you, man, we are witnessing the biggest retards of our generation slap their heads together as to why actually it's bad that we're eliminating a direct threat to us and safety of the world. So the Eurocucks are having one of the days of all time. So let me give you some context. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of England, complete and utter retard and fraud, has to capitulate to every Islamic shit in the world because, I mean, that's his voters now. That's his country. So this guy has been, by the way, refusing to let the United States use their military bases as ports of attack against Iran. But now this tune is changing.
Right.
Earlier this morning, the United
No, you
States
can't have
and
a paper
Israel
towel.
struck
You cannot add
targets
the paper
in
towel.
Iran.
You cannot have the paper towel.
Iran has since launched indiscriminate strikes across the region. I know the British people and communities across our country will be deeply concerned
Thank you, buddy.
about what this means
Thank you, Gabe.
for security and stability and for the fate of innocent people across the region.
You didn't care about the innocent people across the region when they were getting massacred by the
Right,
Iranians,
they're
and we
my
asked
name,
you for a minute of assistance.
Which, for so many of us, includes
Which,
friends
well,
and
so
family.
many of us. He sounds like
So
a
whilst the
pompous
situation is
jerk.
evolving very quickly, I want to set out our response.
All right, let's go.
The United Kingdom played no role in these strikes.
No,
We did nothing. We had nothing to do with it. Thank you, Keir Starmer. Thank you, Keir Starmer. Very cool.
Yeah, no duh. We
have
figured that
long
out.
been clear. The regime in Iran is utterly abhorrent. They have murdered thousands of their own people.
Tens of thousands.
Brutally crushed
Cool.
dissent and sought to destabilize.
This is amazing, dude.
Even
Keir Starmer decided he was going to take this moment
You
to write a
doing?
strongly worded letter to the Iranian regime after they were completely obliterated. This has got to be the gayest shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Bro, gay sex isn't as gay as Keir Starmer is.
the United Kingdom.
True.
The Iranian regime poses a direct threat to dissidents
Yeah.
and to the Jewish community. Over the last year
Okay.
alone, they have backed more than 20 potentially lethal attacks on UK soil.
Wow. So despite the fact, this is the main part I wanted to show you. Despite the fact that Iran
Ooh.
backed
Don't
over
pull it more.
20
You have enough.
me,
Whoa.
how cucked do you have to be? It's unbelievable, right? But that's what I mean. They were literally state sponsors of terrorism around the globe. And, you know, 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump, for example, literally done by Iran. If you're not Iranian, shut the fuck up. Iranians are celebrating, crying tears of joy right now. Long live Iran. But don't worry, because Hassan Piker
Ow.
told me that Donald Trump committed an act of terrorism by getting rid of the evil Ayatollah regime. Look how insane this is. The Iranian people standing up and thanking Trump. Right? So this is the response of like an Iranian high school literally celebrating that their regime that's been capturing, torturing, and massacring them is finally falling and
getting blown
collapsing.
up.
They're all saying thank Trump. But don't worry, because my favorite leftist, communist, Islamist, dog fucking Twitch streamer had to tell me that actually this is a bad thing and it's an illegal war. So pay no attention to the Iranians celebrating. Right? What about these guys? Right? It's unbelievable. The celebrations are so widespread, it's crazy. Right? I can't believe what I'm seeing. Every leftist on X is crying about Iran's evil dictators being removed from the earth. Every single one of the Iranian people is celebrating and dancing. Oh, God. Like, dude, look at this. Oh, but Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib told me that we shouldn't be attacking them during Ramadan because it'll make them very sad and miserable.
Yeah, it's evil. It's evil to attack during Ramadan.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. We're literally liberating a people while also getting rid of one of our biggest enemies at the same time, and leftists find it an excuse to be mad about it. And international law! Dude, you don't care about international law. Dude, if they hit them, how do you feel? Amazing. All right? Iran has been waiting for this moment, and it's finally happening.
No, sir. All right, what do we watch next? 3-minute clip, 19-minute clip. What does it matter? Are you tired? Oh, you're tired.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States of America has officially taken losses in this war with Iran to bring down the Islamic regime that has taken the Iranian people hostage. And Donald Trump, our president, is chiming in. I'm Tal the Traveling Clad, your sweet Zionist prince. Let's take a look. I'm fresh out of the bomb shelter, by the way. It just came out moments ago from a pretty giant barrage, suspected to be part of cluster bombs, by the way, firing on civilians all across the Middle East. Not just Israel now. This is Dubai. This is Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia. Here's Trump's comments.
Strikes. Quote, we expect casualties with something like this. We have 3, but we expect casualties. But in the end, it's going to be a great deal for the world. End of quote. Trump also says U.S. is ahead of schedule and suggests possible decapitation of Iranian leadership, meaning taking them all out, as many as they can. And of course, we just heard from the IDF Brigadier General and spokesperson in Israel saying, look, they have a long list of attacks and goals. They haven't even gotten through the second day yet. They are working steadily.
Over the past 36 hours, the United States and its partners have launched Operation Epic Fury, one of the largest, most complex, most overwhelming military offensives the world has ever seen. Nobody's seen anything like it. We have hit hundreds of targets in Iran, including Revolutionary Guard facilities, Iranian air defense systems. Just now was announced that we knocked out 9 ships plus their naval building, all in a matter of literally minutes. Iran's formerly supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, is dead. This wretched and vile man had the blood of hundreds and even thousands of Americans on his hands and was responsible for the slaughter of countless thousands of innocent people all across many countries. Last night, all over Iran, the voices of the Iranian people could be heard cheering and celebrating in the streets when his death was announced. The entire military command is gone as well, and many of them want to surrender into saving their lives. They want immunity. They're calling by the thousands. Combat operations continue at this time in full force, and they will continue until all of our objectives are achieved. We have very strong objectives. They could have done something 2 weeks ago, but they just couldn't get there. Earlier today, CENTCOM shared the news that 3 U.S. military service members have been killed in action. As one nation, we grieve for the true American patriots who have made the ultimate sacrifice
for our nation, even as we continue the righteous mission for which they gave their lives. We pray for the full recovery of the wounded and send our immense love and eternal gratitude to the families of the fallen. And sadly, there will likely be more. Before it ends, that's the way it is. Likely be more, but we'll do everything possible where that won't be the case. But America will avenge their deaths and deliver the most punishing blow to the terrorists who have waged war against basically civilization. They have waged war against civilization itself. Our resolve, and likewise that of Israel, has never been stronger. America is now, again, the richest, most powerful nation in the world by far. But the only reason we enjoy the quality of life that we do and the freedom and security is we have done things that others are unable to do.
Or free
It's
to
because
do.
of
You know, like
warriors who are
UK
willing to lay down their lives to do
jellyfish
battle
guy.
with our enemies. And they do battle better than anybody. An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be a dire threat to every American. We cannot allow a nation that raises terrorist armies to possess such weapons, would allow them to extort the world to their evil will. Not going to let it happen. We're not happening to us, and we're not going to let it happen to others. The United States has the strongest military the world has ever seen. I rebuilt our military in my first term. There's never been a military like we possess. And frankly, there's nobody even close, but we are now using that military for good. We want to have it for good purpose. We're undertaking this massive operation not merely to ensure security for our own time and place, but for our children and their children, just as our ancestors have done for us many, many years ago. This is the duty and the burden of a free people. These actions are right and they are necessary to ensure that Americans will never have to face a radical, bloodthirsty terrorist regime armed with nuclear weapons and lots of threats. For almost 50 years, these wicked extremists have been attacking the United States while chanting the slogan, "Death to America," or "Death to Israel," or both. They are the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. We are the world's greatest and most powerful nation, so we can do something about what they do. These intolerable threats will not continue any longer. I once again urge the Revolutionary Guard, the Iranian military, police, to lay down your arms and receive full immunity or face certain death. It will be certain death. Won't be pretty. I call upon all Iranian patriots who yearn for freedom to seize this moment, to be brave, be bold, be heroic, and take back your country. America is with you. I made a promise to you, and I fulfilled that promise. The rest will be up to you, but we'll be there to help. Thank you. God bless you to our incredible warriors, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
So there's the official stance from Trump. Like I said earlier, I've covered this already a few times today. Every single death, whether it be Israeli, Bahraini, Saudi, UAE, Emirati, anyone who dies in this, whether it be the innocent civilians who die in bomb shelters all across the Middle East, horrible, nothing to glorify or be happy about, but literally laying down their lives for a future of hopefully peace and tranquility for this entire region. Like, I'm not saying this to glorify what's going on because it's bad, and we don't get guarantees in this situation at all. We get zero guarantees that we come out of this and actually do get a peaceful Middle East. We don't get those guarantees. That's not something that's promised us in any way. But what we know is that people are laying down their lives for the reality that might come true. And that is the most honorable thing in the world. Seriously, the most honorable thing in the world. Here is apparently Donald Trump getting hacked onto TV in the Islamic regime.
Is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force. Now is the time to seize control of your destiny and to unleash the prosperous and glorious future that is close within your reach. This is the moment for action. America is backing you with overwhelming strength and devastating force.
Even with translations in Farsi, which is amazing. So Trump has actually been officially broadcast in the IRGC now. They are losing control. The regime of Iran is completely losing control of the situation. And wow, a video shows a reported hack against the Iranian news channel, the normal coverage being interrupted by footage of airstrikes against Tehran and a speech by Netanyahu.
בימים הקרובים נקד אלפי מטרות של משטר הטרור. אנחנו ניצור את התנאים לעם האיראני האמיץ לשחרר את עצמו מכבלי הרודנות. ולכן אני שוב פונה אליכם, אזרחי איראן. אל תחמיצו את ההזדמנות. זו הזדמנות של פעם בדור. אל תשבו בחיבוק ידיים, כי בקרוב יגיע
So here is literally Trump and Netanyahu openly saying again, we promised you help. The help has arrived. It is now your turn to take action. It is your turn to do what you need to do to bring on the end of this regime. And I think, from everything I've seen from the Iranian people, they are ready to fucking rock and roll. They really are. Here's the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps killed more than 1,000 Americans over the past 47 years. Yesterday, a large U.S. strike cut off the head of the snake. America has the most powerful military on earth. The IRGC no longer has a headquarters. Insane strike footage. That's just crazy footage. Absolutely remarkable what was done to these fucking goat fuckers. Here is Preston Stewart with he always has the most amazing commentary on the situation, expanding on these losses in the U.S., which I haven't really been able to gather all the details yet, so maybe he has them for us. Make sure you check him out at Preston Stewart.
Everything with Iran is escalating. More missiles are being fired, more are getting through, more countries are involved, and more casualties are coming out. In fact, we have the first American losses of the conflict announced just a few hours ago. U.S. Central Command put out a statement saying as of 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time on March 1st, 3 U.S. service members have been killed in action and 5 are seriously wounded as a part of Operation Epic Fury. Several others sustained minor shrapnel injuries and concussions and are in the process of being returned to duty. As they mentioned, we don't have a unit, a branch of service, or a location to where those casualties occurred, pending the notification of next of kin. Now, this is significant, and we're going to have to see if this changes U.S. calculations in the coming days. I would expect that we're going to see an uptick in domestic pressure to pull back, scale back, or even shut this military operation off entirely. This is just a very different scenario. For all of the operations carried out at any point around the world, the minute you lose service members, it changes the discussion. Venezuela, I don't know how many people would have been on board with that prior to the operation, but in retrospect, we can say it didn't cost any American lives. That's a different calculation. Again, this is going to change how people view what is happening in Iran right now. I would expect to see an increase in domestic pressure on the Trump administration starting today. Now, this is part of the Iranian strategy, is to not necessarily defeat the U.S. military, but wear us down. And one of the ways they're trying to do that is to force our allies in the region to ask us to stop. And we're seeing that in the Iranian strategy as they fired missiles and drones across the entire Middle East in the last couple of days. Intel Schizo over on Twitter put together a roll-up here. And if my math is right, we've got 13 different countries involved right now in this war. I mean, this is a full-on regional war. There's speculation that additional Middle Eastern countries might start participating in direct strikes against Iran. Right now, 13 nations have either attacked Iran or have been on the receiving end of Iranian attacks. That makes up the bulk of the numbers here. Of course, we have the United States and Israel carrying out direct strikes on Iran. Iran attacking the United States and Israel. In addition, Iranian munitions have impacted in Cyprus, Oman, Bahrain, Iraq, again, Israel, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and the United Arab Emirates. Spray and pray. They are firing drones and missiles everywhere. Again, this is part of the Iranian strategy. Try to get these countries to say, enough already. We can't do this. Ask the United States to dial this back. In total right now, and this is the low end, again, according to Intel Schizo, this was as of this morning. We've already seen additional launches since then, but as of this morning, 465 Iranian missiles and more than 357 total drones that have been launched, some intercepted, some made their way through to targets just in the first 24 hours of this operation. And they are causing casualties. All right, so we know the United States has now announced that 3 of our service members have been killed, 5 more wounded, and I think they said 20 or so have been concussed, light injuries that are in the process of making their way back into service. So again, it looks like the opening salvo, the first 24 hours or so, were focused both by Israel and the United States on, of course, going after high-value targets. We did get the confirmation yesterday, of course, that Ali Khamenei was killed in an Israeli strike right at the opening of hostilities. But it does look like the United States and Israel were focused, as you might expect, on clearing the path for follow-on strikes. So going after air defense radars, going after missile launch sites, and as Israel will show here in a second, going after command and control to disrupt the ability for Iran to carry out retaliatory strikes, as well as some of the mobile and stationary missile launchers used to carry out strikes against Israel. In terms of the command and control strikes, Israel said, quote, a short while ago, the Israeli Air Force, guided by IDF intelligence, completed an additional wave of strikes targeting dozens of command centers and headquarters belonging to the Iranian terror regime. As a part of the strikes, the headquarters of the General Staff for Internal Security was struck. It served as a command and control hub responsible for linking the senior command echelon with the Iranian regime's security forces on the ground and for directing the brutal repression of the Iranian people. Now, everything that we're seeing from the Israelis, from the United States, and from the Iranians is that more strikes are set to occur. There's really nothing suggesting that this is stopping, slowing, or anywhere near completion. Iran does tend to launch most of their munitions at night, especially their ballistic missiles. So the coming hours here will give us an idea of how many missiles they're sitting on. Are they starting to maybe ration those a little bit? And maybe most importantly, how they're adjusting their targets. So we now have seen that Iran has gone after U.S. military bases, supposedly U.S. military vessels, the aircraft carrier. They've certainly gone after Israel, and they've gone after allied nations, striking civilian targets, and a number of those. What does that look like as this campaign progresses? I think there's probably a good argument to be made that we're going to see more attacks against soft targets, so civilian infrastructure, and less going after military targets. But again, the next couple hours and then into the night will give us an idea of the Iranian strategy as it sits right now.
So I can only imagine, as somebody who has been living under this for the last 24 hours, more, we're going into 48 hours soon. By tomorrow morning, it'll be 48 hours. And I'm assuming we still have some more rockets left for us tonight for dinner. We just had them at 9 p.m. local time. We're at 10:30 p.m. local time now, and I'm waiting for the next round. I literally just got back from the bomb shelter less than an hour ago. I can only imagine if the U.S. and Israel did not do what they did yesterday with this preemptive strike, what kind of rocket power will be heading for us. I want to clarify for everybody watching right now. The Islamic regime of Iran is not targeting military assets. How do I know? This country is small. I know pretty much where every army base is. There are zero reports of any of the rockets even coming close to army bases. They are exclusively targeting civilians throughout the whole region. If you hate Jews and you hate Zionists, all right, fine, I'll give it to you. You're a piece of shit, you're a bigot, but whatever. We're Jews. Bahrainis, Qataris, fuck them, but Qataris, Saudis, Kuwaitis, Emiratis. Everyone is being affected by this. Innocent civilians, Muslims. It's Ramadan, ya Allah, it's Ramadan. If you actually care, you would stand against the Islamic regime. You would put every pressure you can on social media, on your politicians, to get involved, to fight this war. The way you bring down a regime like this is by forcing it into a corner, beating it into submission, and decapitating it once and for all. We talk about regime change. We talk about Reza Pahlavi. We talk about democracy. All that is secondary to the fact that this regime has to go. Has to go. The power that it holds over the whole region is dangerous. And again, as somebody who is living under the rocket fire right now, I'm running up and down the bomb shelter. You feel the explosions in your body. You hear them. It is uncomfortable. It is terrifying. But I'm lucky to live in a country that actually has bomb shelters. The rest of this region does not. Oh, early warning. Yep, I spoke so soon, Palmachim. So that's not too far. All right, well, there's probably going to be another round now across the entire country of Israel because they've been firing them in big rounds, the north, central, and south of the country. So look at how every time that I make a video, at the end of the video, they send rockets. At least I appreciate them for being considerate of my time. I'll see you guys in the next one. Wish me luck in this next round, and I love you a long time. Goodbye, Klats.
We are taking the streets of New York today after just last night, the U.S. and Israel coordinated an attack on the people of Iran, an attack which targeted...
Yeah, I'm going to have to go ahead and stop you right there, young lady, or whatever classification that you have chosen for yourself, which I assume you likely have a self-made classification. And I could assume that due to a few different indicators. Ladies and gentlemen, is that what happened yesterday? A coordinated attack, which, yes, that is accurate, between the United States and Israel against the people of Iran?
No, the government.
Is that what it was? Okay. I'll take any suggestions, any comments, insights, just straight up guesses. I'll take anything at this point. Is that what happened? Let us continue.
...in an elementary school, claiming the lives of now 82 schoolgirls as martyrs. We know that this comes off the heels of 2.5 years of brutal, depraved U.S.-Israeli genocide against our people.
And there it goes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
What a joke.
We'll give you your day in court today. We will return to whatever this is. But for now, let's go ahead and get you out the way. Oh, my. Okay. So we are not 24 hours beyond one of the greatest moments in every Iranian's life. And that includes the ones who are still currently simping and whimpering around for the recently deceased Ayatollah. Yeah. Even those individuals, all 5 of them, are going to benefit from the eradication of this jihadist dictatorial regime. See, that's how it works, right? It's like when President Trump becomes the president for these United States, even the 40 some odd, almost frighteningly enough, 50% of Americans who are seemingly unhinged, the ones who despise our president still get to benefit from our president. That's the beauty of a system like the one we have. Turns out that he still has to serve everybody in this country.
Didn't like that.
And rightfully so. Now, most of all Iranians have at least a moment to celebrate. This has been a long time coming. And, you know, I know that this has been an issue that has not necessarily been at the forefront for most of us, even me personally. But I have at the very least gotten a little bit of insight into what it was to have family members in Iran under this regime. Quick little story time.
Such a big girl.
I must have been 21, 22 at the time when I was invited by a neighbor of mine to come and help at a restaurant that his parents are running, which just so happened to be a Persian restaurant. It wasn't even classified as an Iranian restaurant. It was a Persian restaurant with the
Sleepyhead.
greatest kebab of all time. Okay? Go to Mesabzi, on point. Juj, phenomenal. Kebab, sensational. And this family brought me in as one of their own. And this was one of the last jobs that I actually had because they allowed me so much freedom to where I could study to get myself into a position where I finally started my marketing business, right? They let me do a lot within that company, within that small business, and they were looking to scale that business. But the point of the story is I was around an Iranian family day in, day out. And so I got insights as to what had happened to their people, who was the cause of what happened to their people, and
Basically
what they
standing up
desired
when
to
she's,
happen
like,
for their
on
people.
that triangle.
And so with that little bit of
Yeah.
insight and that love and affection that I felt from that family, it was a little more personal when this one came around, right? When I heard that there was now a revolution and the people were standing up and, you know, people were being slaughtered for standing up for their rights, I was with it. And from the very beginning, I said something. Not because I'm some sort of social activist. You know, I've never really known what that is until this point in my life. I'm just somebody who goes, that's wrong, that's evil. I think we need to say something about that at the very least. If we can do something, then let's do something. That's it. And so, you know, to come to this point, maybe 2 months after this real uprising, and all of a sudden you have the head of the serpent chopped off in 24 hours, that is poetic justice. That's the only thing I can call that right there. However, it did not take but a couple of hours from us hearing the news about the initial strike to an opinion already being formed by certain individuals. Now, I expected the far left, the so-called progressive class, I expected them to oppose this one, simply because you had two factors that are involved, which they despise on the onset. It doesn't matter what they're doing, right? They could be literally curing babies from chronic ailments, and the leftist will rage. So you have President Trump, who the left despises. Why? Because they were told to do so. And they're agents of the establishment, and that's what they do, whatever the establishment tells them to do. Then the second group of individual, then the second individual is Bibi Netanyahu, the current sitting prime minister of the Jews. That's really all it is, right? Let's be fair. If Bibi was the prime minister of Saudi, the UAE, Qatar, he would be a fan favorite. And if he was, let's say, signaling attacks against the Jews, he would be a hero, maybe even a martyr if he had the opportunity to die for his cause. But because he is in defense of the Jewish people, as a leader of the Jewish people, or Israel to be more specific, he is despised, he is hated, and the propaganda machine is after him as well. Simple as that. So when you have those two factors in, of course you're going to have a leftist outrage. We've just been waiting for it, right? We're waiting for the whimpering and simping for the heap of ashes that is left of the Ayatollah. But the one that almost caught me off guard until I realized, bruh, who are we talking about here, is these individuals here. Let me go ahead and bring this up for us. And I promise y'all, we're here to party. We're here to celebrate. But we're also here to point out the absolute lunacy of it all. PNG, is that it? Check this out right here. Now, these are a couple of posts that I snagged up. I'm talking about hours within the initial strike. Check this out. You have Jake Shields, who is what they call it. They say one brain cells short of a functioning brain or something like that. Forget how the old saying goes. Then we have Myron Gaines, not too far off in the
shorter
cognitive region. And then, of course, we have the self-proclaimed in Andrew Tate, Top G. And G stands for get out of here. Now, look at the messages here. First one, Iran has the right to defend itself. Okay. Next one, nobody wants this war. We voted for no new wars, not wars for Zionists. Oh.
Yeah, this isn't
who would
Zionist war,
have seen that one coming? This war has zero strategic benefit to the U.S.
Then you're an absolute idiot if you don't see the benefit.
A war, mind you, that was initiated against the United States from, I believe, 1979. War that was declared upon us from the very moment the Ayatollah regime took over.
Yep. That's in Israel.
But you know, it's none of our business. We're just fighting the Jews fight. And then the last one here reads, nobody wants this war. Now, again, there have been a host of these messages from the usual suspects, but these are the first ones I snagged up as soon as I woke up. Now, I happen to be in an advantageous place right now where my time zone allows me to see what's going on in places like Israel, sort of in real time, right? I'm close enough right now to Israel's time zone, to Iran's time zone. And so I got the news relatively early. It was still morning for me when I got the news, and I actually did my first video yesterday and was receiving messages from a buddy of mine over there in Israel. But the reason I'm bringing this up is because it is fascinating to me. Fascinating. How the very same people who have been claiming America first and that they're the only ones left who truly care about America, the moment that most Americans, including Democrats, are celebrating and feeling a sense of patriotism, are galvanizing around this one act of.
I was gonna ask first, what are
we gonna call this? Just gangster. Like that's what it is. Okay, let's be real. DJT, gangster. That's what that was. Not dropping bombs for the sake of bombs. He went in there, he and Bibi, let's be real, okay? It was a coordinated attack, and that's according to the leftist. You must believe everything they say. A coordinated attack that led to the outcome that essentially was an answered prayer for the Iranian people for 47 years. And in comes 47, and he handles the job. Takes care of business. And sure enough, you've got the likes of, well, we'll just go ahead and play it. I'm going to have to get into this video a little later today. I got a video I'm recording with Eden for the Jericho Generation channel. Make sure to check that channel out and subscribe over there for all things Zionism. If you're a Groiper and you're watching this right now, I double dare you to go over to the Jericho Generation. If you think that this is Jude out over here, that we're Zionists out over here, then yeah, you're going to catch some sort of infectious disease over there. Likely Jude derangement syndrome. So let's see. There we go. I want you guys to check this out. Check this out. The supreme leader of the Groipers. What does he have to say about all of this?
The supreme leader of the Groipers.
Mr. Political Aficionado himself. America first.
Something has gone horribly
He is not
wrong.
America first by any means.
All of those people, with some exceptions, were never Trumpers in 2016. Shapiro didn't vote for Trump in 2016. Mark Levin was critical of Trump in 2016. Where were these people when the movie?
A.D. Vance. Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah. They were all critical of him until they saw what he actually could do.
Me. Let us continue.
When the movement was actually born, when those pillars were in place. Now all of those people are in the center. The movement is something else now. And what we need in 2028, this is our last chance. We need in 2026 for this administration to be shut the f down. What does this administration do other than cover up the Epstein files, embezzle money through government contracts, and bring us to war for Israel? This administration needs to be shut down.
For Israel. Israel is so
do not
powerful.
vote in the midterms, and if you do, vote for Democrats.
Wow, what a retarded take.
And that's all we will be needing from you, good sir.
Yeah. Nah.
Oh me, oh
Get
me,
the
oh
nonsense out of here.
Now, this is probably one of the best moments outside of the best moment overall, right? Make that make sense. Outside of the liberation of a people, outside of the eradication of a regime that has paid for terrorism across the globe, including, and not exclusive to, but including October 7th, right? The Iranian Ayatollah regime has funded Hamas, Hezbollah, and the likes thereof. That's facts. That's on paper. They have actively tried to sabotage us from within. They and the likes of Qatar have been pouring billions of dollars into the United States to sabotage us. As a matter of fact, Mr. Ayatollah himself, Mr. Khamenei himself, was writing love letters to our leftist college students, Columbia, Yale, Harvard, etc., after October 7th for their incredible work standing up for the oppressed people of Gaza. Yeah, that's real facts. That's real facts right there. As a matter of fact, these documents are available for the public. And I'll probably just do one video when I go through the entirety of each of these letters. All right, they are quite lengthy, and there's 3 of them. And the last one, which will forever be his last one, yikes, was the most telling. Right, he was really laying it on thick there. He's got a little love obsession with our useful idiots, but I digress. So
a lot of those.
That moment right there was poetry in motion, a beautiful sight to see. I get so excited viewing, well, not this anatomy, but whatever that is right there. I believe that that moment can very well lead to the freedom of many minds of young men across the United States. Like that.
Yeah.
That was the most telling moment in the entire history of the Groyper movement. All that can be left after that are those who are so deeply filled with hatred for the Jewish people that it does not matter what Fuentes does.
A lot of that.
Fuentes could come out and tell them that he has a deep disdain and hatred of the United States, that he hates America, always has, and that he is an outright flaming liberal, on fire for the cause. And these sorts of people will cling on to him because they hate the Jews that much. There are those. But then there are others who actually believe this guy was somehow concerned with America's well-being. Now they're going to hear their supreme leader, Nick, the Mexican white supremacist Fuentes, claiming that it is better for us to vote for the Democratic Party, the most anti-conservative party, the most anti-Christian party, as opposed to President Trump, who has been the best thing for the American ethos in decades. Some are saying since Reagan. Make that make sense. Now, I will be doing my own personal investigation as far as who's receiving money from who, because there was a coordinated, and I don't like to be the guy who's just making these sort of bold assertions just to make them, unless the bold assertion is true.
Definitely the pack there.
But I just can't help but believe that there's no way these people genuinely believe this. There's no way the exact same, the usual suspects, the Thomas Masseys and the MTGs, and like, how is it that every single time they are this wrong on everything? Why is it that Thomas Massey is for the American people, yet he is constantly voting against the Republican Party? I don't understand that. Like, if I was a true flaming liberal, a real progressive type, and I saw Fetterman, I would think that that man was a double agent, that he was an op. Now, I love Fetterman as far as, you know, the extent to which I can love the policy of a leftist, but that guy right there is sane and likely the most rational-minded person on the entire platform today. If that was the guy in my party moving how he's moving, I would have thought he was an op. That's why I look at these fools and I think to myself, there's no way. Like some of them, Jake Shields, you know, taking one too many punches to the head in life in the MMA, but I'm sorry. Like, we have celebrations, like the one y'all saw in the very beginning of this video. We have celebration after celebration after celebration after celebration. We have millions of Iranians. As a matter of fact, you know what? You know what? Because I got time today. That's right, folks. I know some of y'all are wondering, does he have time today? I've got time today. This is the average Iranian here. This is the average Iranian.
They're happy. Absolutely ecstatic.
That's how they feel. That's how the people of Iran feel. Now, I want to bring us back to this most unfortunate case over here. And I'm going to play this entire thing out because maybe I'm going to get a little more context. Maybe I jumped to conclusions and did not let this young lady really spit her facts. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can get any more clarity because nothing else is making sense for me here. From the woke left to the woke right, none of it makes sense. Why are they not at least celebrating what happened for the Iranian people today? You know, they don't have to magically like Jews, okay? I mean, I wish they would just at least be neutral and just stop calling for the eradication of the Jewish people. That would be nice. That would be cool for maybe a change. But for them to go in opposition to a marginalized group of people who are being oppressed by a dictatorial regime, right? Just on the surface, let's take away the jihad and Islamification of Iran. Let's just go to, you know, real basic leftist terminology. This is a marginalized and oppressed minority group, brown minority group, which gives them like 3 or 4 more classes on that classification of what, or, you know, victimhood. And here they are being liberated. What is our issue there? What is our issue? Take it away, you.
We're taking the streets of New York today after just last night, the U.S. and Israel coordinated an attack on the people of Iran, an attack which targeted an elementary school, claiming the lives of now 82 schoolgirls as martyrs. We know that this comes off the heels of 2.5 years of brutal, depraved U.S.-Israeli genocide against our people in Gaza, where they targeted our schools, where they targeted our journalists, where they targeted our people. And we see this as an extension of the new Middle East they're trying to create, a new Middle East that we reject. We call for liberation for all the people of our region, an end to U.S.-Israeli terror in our region, and we will keep fighting. We will keep taking to these streets until Palestine is free, until we have hands off Iran and hands off Gaza.
Okay. Now, I'm going to just go ahead and assume that she is being paid, right? Because many of these sorts of individuals have been aired out. Shout out to Nate Friedman doing excellent work. So I see her and then I see the people behind her. I look behind her and I see nobody who looks like her, right? Which wouldn't matter in any other context, but due to the nature of this conversation, it does matter. This looks to be the poster child because she is indeed brown. And then you have a bunch of, you know, old white liberals, old white hippies behind her. Usual suspects, right? Nothing better to do on a Sunday morning. So I do want to get to the information. I want to get to a little bit of debunking because I feel like I can do a better job of doing exactly that. We can focus on what is being said as much as the lunacy of the individual saying it. And I will definitely keep doing that. But once again, I do believe it matters to simply point out some facts. All right, so she is claiming that there is a genocide that has been committed for the last 2 years against the people of quote unquote Palestine. That is a lie. As a matter of fact, Hamas, or the Gaza Health Ministry, has come out with some very interesting numbers as far as how many casualties there were in this war, a war that ensued after a massive attack on Israel at the hands of Hamas, an unprovoked attack on the Jewish people and many non-Jewish people who happen to be subject to these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, October 7th, 2023, there is an invasion from the Gaza into Israel, right? Occupied land that is currently being occupied by quote unquote Palestinians. Land that was given to them, leased to them in essence, by Israel. These are the facts. That is Israeli land. Those are likely Jordanian or Egyptian people. That is their lineage, their descent. If you go back maybe as far as the 1960s, the 1940s, the 1880s, if you want to go as far back as 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, when the Jewish people were living on that very same land, these people were not classified as Palestinians, but instead a multitude of different things. And it turns out that they likely did not live on that plot of land. Period. No, they are not the Philistines, by the way. Nope, they are not Philistia. That land may have been named Philistia, but those are not the Philistines. And if they want to take on that title of Philistines, then I would go ahead and say, where is your culture of old? Why is it that there is a completely different group of people with a completely different bloodline than the ones who are currently settling on that plot of land? So that's a fact. Genocide, lie. Numbers prove that there were less than 33,000 civilians who would have died during that war, which is unfortunate and it is sad. However, it is not a genocide. When you have a nearly 1-for-1 casualty rate, as opposed to 1 for 3 or 1 for 6, like most wars, sometimes 1 for 10, 1 for 15, meaning one militant or one combatant for 10 to 15 civilians. You have a 1-for-1. You have a war that was fought by a group of people who had just recently had their brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, babies, infants massacred, assault, raped, say what it is, by the very same people they now had to send alerts to. They dropped off pamphlets to let them know when they're going to be hitting different spots. One group values life and the other values death. One will sacrifice their own children for the sake of their own ideology, and the other will do anything to get their children back. That's what we're talking about here. And so the gaslighting is crazy. And yes, I'm on one today. I'm about to be on one forever because I'm tired. I am genuinely, I'm tired of it, but I won't stop. But it is exhausting. It is exhausting to hear the very same defamatory lies over and over and over again about a people who I know have sinned just like any other group of human beings, but have always tried to be decent as a collective. They've always tried to do their best as a collective, to be humane as a collective, which I cannot say for the so-called Palestinian people. I know there are those who have stood up against this tyranny. They have been executed by their very own people. Oh, well, what about the civilians? You should have asked about the civilians in the same conversation when you asked about Hamas, who they're calling a resistance group. Resistance? Resistance is the massacring of infants and grandparents. That's resistance. Huh? Burning grandma alive in her bomb shelter? That's resistance? Okay. Then your resistance is a demonic resistance. So when I see people like this, you know, as much as I have a good time kiki about it just because of how smooth-brained and dim-witted these people are, it is also it's heartbreaking to know that there will be the ultimate good done on one side, 90 million Iranians liberated and celebrating throughout the entire globe, right? Or at least just in Iran alone, multis of millions, let alone all those who have had to go to multitude of places throughout the planet, 1.1 or something like that million in the US, and I can only imagine the populations throughout the planet, who have had to leave their country, their homeland, because of this evil. And now to see this evil topple, and you have people like this young lady, who I actually feel compassion for. I don't hate her. I'm not called to hate her, and I don't hate her. I just know that she is ignorant and she is lying, and that she has zero moral clarity if she is willing to stand up for the annihilation of the Jewish people, to stand up for the murder of more than 40,000 Iranians at the hands of this evil regime in the last couple of weeks, while simultaneously talking about human rights. That's what gets me. And so, yes, I'm on one, and I will continue to be on one. And as far as I can and as much as I can do, I will do exactly that. I will call it out every single day, every single video if necessary, all of it. If I got the bandwidth, I will. Because I realize that if we're going at this with both sides encroaching, right? We have the Fuenteses of the world on the right, on the so-called right, on the fake right. And then we have the Marxists on the other side. We have the jihadists who are partnering with both in order to encroach upon this thing that we call conservatism, that we call Judeo-Christian values, that we call the very way of life that the Iranian people so desire, that the Venezuelans so desire, that the Cubans so desire. And that's something that is worthy of its fight. It is worthy to die for that. It is worth dying for a freedom that was given by God Almighty himself. Even if it means having to listen to some of the most idiotic lies regurgitated over and over and over again. So I urge y'all, make sure to go to the Jericho Generation. I will be doing likely a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday show there. Monday, I will likely be with Eden. Each of those times, maybe we'll get guests on. We have the Unapologetic Christian Zionist, which we do cultural and social issues. And then on Wednesday, I want to target more the political and debunking a lot of those lies, and we do more in depth. And then on Friday, we would do more of the theological, scriptural, right? Do the Tanakh and as well as the Greek scriptures. Like, we will just basically do a full all-encompassing. And I will do my best, again, with the bandwidth that I have. I'm praying to God that he is able to provide people and resources and things of that nature to, you know, make this more seamless. I want to be able to spend more time here, right? 80% of my time is recording and editing and creating every single thumbnail and editing some more, and then recording short form, and then editing that, and then clipping up, you know, content from interviews and things of that nature, and getting on that platform and this platform and that platform and this. So, you know, it's a lot of work. It is. As much as I get accused of, oh, well, you know, you're funded by old BB, must be nice. Probably would be nice, to be honest. Right? All of that, and just like anybody else, you got a job, you got to work, you got to take care of your family, you got, you know, put food on the table. And so I'm thankful and I'm grateful for everybody who continues to give, but I just know that I can't stop. I can't interfere with the flow of this thing, right? I'm back to writing. I'm being called to do things with a sense of urgency because our kids are being lost right now. They're being overtaken by this right now. This level of evil and deception is here right now. It is disgusting. It is vile, but it is also our job to do everything we can to combat it. And though I know that we are never going to bring ultimate peace, that is the Prince of Peace himself. And there's only one Prince of Peace. There's only one who saves. And so we put our trust in him. But in the meantime, we are called to do what our job is. We are liable to do our part. And so I pray that y'all continue to educate yourselves, read, research, go beyond, go the extra mile. I know you're tired. I know you got a lot going on. I just took a nap right there, literally on the floor of the studio, and then got right back up and got into this video. And then we're about to get into recording with Eden today, or actually in the next 5 minutes. By every means necessary right now, by every means necessary. There are those who are fighting and losing their physical lives. What can we do in this fight? How can we make sure that we are not living as the world and their system is living? To say, I'll go along with whatever is going to be the popular narrative, whatever is not going to rock the boat or make things difficult for me. How do I live the most easy life? Which is not what we're called to, and there's no satisfaction in it. I promise y'all that. So I pray for you and continue to pray for me, and I believe that the Lord is faithful to his promises. Till the next time, peace. Appreciate you guys for tuning in. Now, if you'd like to stay around, make sure to click that little subscribe button down there, or you can show some love by going to the description below and clicking on the button titled Buy Me a Coffee. Leave a little something there, or click on the Cash App. Leave a little something here. Till the next time, peace.
Because it seems like it's kind of obvious that's what's going on. Are you going to play Marathon? I probably will when it comes out. I don't really see myself playing Marathon like today, right? Or not even, no, I mean like today, right? But like, I don't see myself playing it until it actually releases. Let's look at the other ones here. Missile strike on Abraham Lincoln. Wow. Damn, bro. Like, shit. Oh, no. They got another one of our aircraft carriers. Bro, Iran is just so good. Wow.
All right, sure.
Israel used an iron beam. They actually hit him with the goy beam. Oh.
Space lasers are real.
They hit him with the goy beam. Oh my god. I can't, the beam is real. It is. Wow. They're using pay-to-win weapons on a PvP server? I mean, yeah. The Jewish space lasers are in fact real. Oh my god. I'll look at all this tomorrow. That's funny. What is this? Man, we stopped a shooter. This is, come on, man. Hassan's implying that it's a false flag. That's what he's doing. That he's not talking about the shooter. I mean, I don't know if that's better or not, but you know. No more Jews, no more wars.
Oh no! Never realized who the rich is.
Man, that's crazy. No more Jews, no more wars. Wow. That's not what I expected. That's crazy. Yeah, I'll look at, damn, there's a lot of this going on, huh? It's like as soon as I stopped covering it, there's like more bombing started. Man. look at all this tomorrow. International relations, yeah. In the end, it all comes down to who has more of these. Yeah. All-nighter? No way. I'm going to relax and chill out. I really dislike the tiny hat elitist ones, but I despise the terrorists even more. I mean, I think anybody that actually has like genuine animosity towards like Jewish people as a collective is like that's like a caveman. Like that's what a caveman does. I think the Jew jokes, like we have a lot of Jew jokes. We do a lot of those, but like to go and actually like be in it for the love of the game, like that's embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. But anyway, I'll be back on tomorrow as always, and if we're gonna play Res.
Hey everybody, welcome to the channel. Checking in. Can everybody? Hey, check. Give me a shout out in the comments if you guys can hear me okay. I might have to move an alternate mic if that's not working. Good to see everyone here. Yeah, I saw the comment. Air Force time. Yeah, I was debriefing myself on a few things that we're going to need to go over here. So we got Annika, D-Stu, you define all the members. I'll definitely be focused on the members' questions. So members, go ahead and throw that at me. We'll be doing a full review and a lot going on, obviously. First, right off the bat, I'm just going to throw this out there. 3 U.S. Marine casualties, 3 killed, 5 seriously wounded, the first confirmed U.S. fatalities. And man, tragic. We'll do a moment of silence at the end of this live. At the end, I'll probably let the last 30 seconds or minute or so just be silent before I actually end the stream. Just in solidarity, family members, thoughts and prayers are with them. But again, warfare is tragic. Warfare is terrible. Warfare, anybody who's been to war will tell you guys, it's not glamorous. And specifically for the families of those affected, my thoughts and prayers are with them. If you're a person of faith, whatever your personal beliefs are, at the end, we'll just do that moment of silence. I'll do a quick debrief on that though. So the incident there occurred March 1st. So it looks like it was this morning during Iranian ballistic missile strikes on Camp Arjafan, Kuwait. Marines are there and they're supporting logistics. Lots of operations obviously going on with Marines. The attack is said to have destroyed portions of an army unit managing accommodation. So again, we saw this in Afghanistan a lot as well, with the insurgents there would just lob whatever.
I think I am starting to have a hard time keeping my eyes open. So, all right, everybody, thank you for coming out and hanging out a while, and God bless you and thank you, and I appreciate each and every one that stopped by to share their time with me. And yeah, we'll keep an eye on this war as it progresses. Seems like it'll be going on for a few weeks, so giving everybody a lot to talk about, plenty to talk about. All right, God bless. Good night.